The Committee of Education and Workforce Development is hereby called to order. Madam Chair, may I have a roll call, please?
Certainly, Mr. Chair. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Here. Senator Gittins, present. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Here. Senator Johnson, present. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, present. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Present. Senator Lewis, present. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Senator Viale, present. Mr. Chair, you have 5 present, 2 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do you have any correspondence?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed.
August 29, 2025. Honorable Senator Kurt A. Viale, Chairman, Committee on Education and Workforce Development. 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, St. Thomas, VI 00802. Dear Senator Viale, please accept my sincere apology as I'm unable to attend the Committee on Education and Workforce Development meeting scheduled for today, Friday, August 29, 2025, due to a prior commitment. I respectfully request that you excuse my absence, and I regret any inconvenience this may cause. Thank you for your understanding. Respectfully, Maurice C. James, Esquire, Senator, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands.
Please mark Senator James as excused.
Certainly, Mr. Chair. You have 5 present, 2 absent, 1 absent, 1 excused.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. You may proceed and read the agenda into the record.
Agenda, Friday, August 29th, 2025, 12 p.m., Earle B. Ottley Legislative Hall, Capitol Building, St. Thomas. The committee will receive testimony on the status of summer repair and maintenance projects and all the overall readiness of public schools for the 2025-2026 academic year. Status of summer repair and maintenance, staffing, and readiness of public schools. Invited testifier, Kaiser A. Cowwood, Ph.D., Chairman, Virgin Islands Board of Education. Mr. Craig Benjamin, Executive Director, Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance, and the Honorable Dionne Wells-Hedrington, Ph.D., Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Education. This concludes the reading of the agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers. Before we begin, I'd like to extend my condolences to the family of Amika Hedman, who was just laid to rest. Young soul that has departed us. Deepest condolences to the family. Also to an outstanding educator from the island of St. Croix, Mr. Rogers, was buried today. Mr. Rogers was the first principal of Johnny Troutson when it opened. Was also the assistant principal of Elena Christian Junior High School when it was where Juanita Garden is now. So he deep in education and spent his entire life educating the children of the Virgin Islands. And also condolences to Commissioner Avril George and her family. Commissioner George lost her mom this Wednesday. Ms. Bernice George, who also worked in education. She was a school crossing guard for a number of years at the Elena Christian Junior High School. The police department claims the crossing guard, but back in those days, education was the home where they used to be, although they used to get paid from the police department. So may she rest in peace and condolences to her family. Today we have some very important entities, 2 entities that everybody wanted to hear from. One is the Department of Education, and the next is the Bureau of School Construction. And I'm hoping that by the end of this meeting, that we answer a lot of questions that we're getting called from on a regular basis. I know various senators have received countless phone calls in reference to different educational issues. I had a chance to look at the testimony, and both testimonies are extensive, so I think we'll get a lot of information. And colleagues, please look at the testimony and let's ask the probing questions that we are being asked on a regular basis, and let's make sure that we maintain a very professional environment. And I'm hoping that the testifiers will just be truthful. If we have it, we have it. If we don't have it, we don't have it. And then let's discuss the path moving forward. so that the community could have a clear picture as to exactly what is taking place. And we know we have some hot button items that we'll get into, the fire at education, Janet Woodson school reopening, a shortened bell schedule at Complex and CTEC and Central High School. But I'm sure after the testimony has been concluded and the questions, that we will have answers to all of that and everybody will be happy. So let's hope that that occurs. At this time, I'm going to allow the Commissioner of Education to put her name and title on the record, along with those individuals who are here representing the Department of Education. So starting with you, Commissioner, and then the rest of those individuals who are here with you.
All right. Good afternoon, Senators. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. I am Dr. Dionne Wells-Hedrington, Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Education.
Good afternoon. Hasina Harris, Deputy Commissioner, Fiscal and Administrative Services at the Virgin Islands Department of Education.
AC?
Good afternoon. Victor Sum III, Assistant Commissioner of Education.
Dr. Renee Charleswell, Deputy Commissioner, Department of Education.
St. Croix, Department of Education. Sagums? St. Croix? Try it again, Mr. Combs. We didn't hear you. Media is not coming through on St. Thomas. So while we work on that, let's go to Bureau of School Construction. Mr. Benjamin?
Good morning. Craig Benjamin, the Executive Director of the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance.
Good morning. Cynthia Allen, Assistant Director of Construction at the Bureau.
Good morning. Paul Harrigan, Assistant Director of Maintenance.
Okay, now superintendents.
Dr. Bastian Knight, Carla Bastian Knight, Superintendent, St. Croix District.
Good morning, Dr. Stefan Yurian, Superintendent of Schools, St. Thomas St. John School District.
Good morning, Dr. Charmaine Myers, the CFO. Good morning, Dr. Charmaine Myers, the CFO at the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance.
Okay, let's go back to St. Croix. Mr. Gomes?
District Director of the St. Croix School Food Authority, Department of Education.
Say your name again.
John Gomes.
Thank you. Board of Education.
Emanuela Cassius, Vice Chair of the Virgin Islands Board of Education.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, we're going to allow the Department of Education to put their testimony in the record, then we're going to go to the Bureau of School Construction, and then the Board of Education, and then we'll go to rounds of questioning, because some of the questions might overlap, so it's just best to have everyone here now, together, so that if there's any overlapping of questions, then we'll know who to direct the questions to. So, Commissioner, we'll start with you. Read all the pertinent parts of your testimony. Thank you so much.
I will. Good afternoon, Committee Chair Senator Kurt A. Violet, Vice Chair Senator Avery L. Lewis, other committee members, Senator Maris E. James, Senator Duane M. DeGraff, Senator Franklin D. Johnson, and Senator Carla J. Joseph, and any other members of the 36th Legislature, listening and viewing audience. I am Dr. Dionne Wells-Hedrington, privileged to serve as the Commissioner of Education for the Virgin Islands. Thank you for the opportunity to provide updates on staffing, summer initiatives to address special education backlogs, expired ARPA funding dedicated to operating supplies, janitorial supplies, repairs and maintenance supplies, school lunch and overall readiness of our public schools for the 2025-2026 academic year for the Virgin Islands Department of Education. The doors of our schools are open, and the energy of a new school year is alive across the Virgin Islands. It has been inspiring to see our students filling classrooms once more again, eager to learn, reconnect with friends, and embrace the opportunities that this year holds. Our theme, Igniting Innovation and Elevating Excellence, is already taking shape as teachers, staff, and families come together to create vibrant learning environments where every child can succeed. Walking through our schools for the first week, my leadership team witnessed the spark of innovation in action, teachers introducing new strategies, students engaging in fresh ideas, and communities rallying to support their schools. At the same time, I see excellence being elevated through high expectations, strong leadership, and a shared determination to give our students the very best. To our educators, thank you for the energy and creativity you have brought into this new year. To our families, your partnership is vital and deeply appreciated. And to our students, you are off to a strong start, and I encourage you to keep pushing, keep asking questions, and keep striving for greatness. Together, we have begun a journey that promises growth, progress, and achievement. This school year is not just about opening classrooms, it's about igniting innovation and elevating excellence in everything we do. Joining me today are members of my leadership team, Mr. Victor Sum III, Assistant Commissioner, Ms. Hasina Harris, Deputy Commissioner of Fiscal and Administrative Services, Dr. Renee Charleswell, Deputy Commissioner of Curriculum and Instruction, Dr. Stefan Jurgen, Insular Superintendent for the St. Thomas St. John District, Dr. Carla A. Bastian Knight, Insular Superintendent, St. Croix District. I have Ms. Kadila Joseph outside the well, as well as Mr. Gums, our SFA Director in St. Croix, and in the St. Thomas St. John chambers, we have Ms. Nelda Bowery, SFA Director for the St. Thomas St. John District. Should there be a need to bring her into the well or any other members, we are happy to do so. At the Virgin Islands Department of Education, we recognize that a stable and well-prepared workforce is essential for improving student outcomes. As such, recruitment and retention remain one of our top priorities. Our focus extends beyond simply filling vacancies. It is also about strengthening and creating long-term work stability. Recruiting teachers to the territory remains a significant challenge. We are still competing with states and districts that offer attractive incentive packages, lower cost of living environments, and in some cases, relocation assistance. Currently, the cost of living, to include the limited availability of specialized services in the territory, makes it increasingly difficult to attract and retain new talent, as many of our educators face economic and personal pressures that have led to turnover. It is also important to note that the department continues to receive teacher separations with today for today as their effective dates. I received one this morning. To create stability, the HR division, along with the superintendent teams in both districts and I, have led right-sizing sessions where we were able to realign district staff to schools to cover vacancies. The team continues to be flexible as needed to ensure their participation in the interview process when a qualified board-approved individual is available. We have also prioritized pipeline development through partnerships and innovative approaches in collaboration with the Department of Labor, the Governor's Office, and the University of the Virgin Islands School of Education. We launched our first cohort of 20 paraprofessionals who are now enrolled in teacher preparation programs. This initiative represents an investment not only in the individuals currently serving our students, but also in the long-term stability of our workforce. A second group of interested employees is already in development, and we are encouraged by the enthusiasm and commitment shown by our staff who are eager to advance their careers in education. Table below shows the employee count. Currently, we have 2,022 employees across the territory. The next table shows how that is separated by funding sources, federal funding versus general funding, and how many employees are under those respective classes. Then we have separation by class. We have 213 individuals that have separated: administrators, nurses, other support staff, paraprofessional teachers, and school monitors. Then we have separation by action, and that classifies whether they are dismissed, whether they resigned, whether they retired. If you notice, we had 86 individuals that retired. But when you go down to the table below, you will see the amount of individuals who are eligible for retirement today. We have 265 that are eligible, and we have 1,757 individuals that are not. So what stands out for me, or what we pay close attention to, of course, are our teaching population that is eligible to go home at any day, paraprofessionals, counselors, and et cetera. Those school-based personnel are really monitored closely. Then our next table shows our numbers for those who are certified. We have the teacher certification status. We still, in the St. Thomas, St. John district, we have 208 teachers that are still not certified. In the St. Croix district, we have 230 that are not certified. And administrator certification shows that we have 23 administrators in the St. Thomas, St. John district that is not certified, and in the St. Croix district, 25 administrators are not certified. The next table shows our hires for this school year. We have 34 hires, of which 14 are teachers, and in St. Croix district, we have 31, of which 10 are teachers. Please note that the department has invested in several opportunities for our staff to receive their credit hours towards their certification. We continue to work with the Board of Education on different types of training that could be provided and guidance that can be provided to our individuals so that they could be certified. The process is not hard. I just completed my certification to teach, to be an assistant principal, to be a principal. So the process is not hard. I just continue to encourage our employees to be certified. Special education. In addressing the Child Fine obligations outlined in the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, IDEA, it is essential for the district to establish a systematic approach to ensure that all children with disabilities are identified, evaluated, and provided with appropriate resources. The initial evaluation process is a critical component to this effort as it lays the foundation for understanding each child's unique needs. Below, for the St. Thomas, St. John district, over the summer of 2025, one contracted psychologist completed approximately 11 evaluations for students, while the district attempted to complete 17. This discrepancy is attributed to no-shows and failures in visions and hearing screenings. The staffing meetings will be held once school resumes, and they should be starting rather soon. August 2025, eligibility determinations for evaluations conducted over the summer. Eligibility meetings will be scheduled upon the school opening. Those should be scheduling rather soon as well, including placement. At the start of the 2025-2026 school year, no psychologist from Orange Tree will be returning. Currently, Orange Tree Contracted Services does not have any candidates available for the St. Thomas, St. John districts. Student referrals are currently being logged, tracked, and prioritized, and evaluation initiations are currently dependent on the availability of contracted staff. At present, evaluations are scheduled on a case-by-case basis with Insight Psychology. St. Croix District. The St. Croix District completed 60 evaluations during the extended school year program known as the Summer Intensive Evaluation Initiative. Each evaluation team will be assigned a minimum of 60 students, with 30 from each school, for a timeline of August to December of this year. The evaluation team will consist of a psychologist, social worker, and a related service provider. To alleviate the counseling workload for school psychologists, social workers will be temporarily assigned to conduct psychological counseling with completion expected in December. This reassignment approach will allow school psychologists to focus solely on initial and emergency evaluation. Steps taken to reduce delays. The St. Thomas St. John District will continue to collaborate with Orange Tree for psychological services and will continue additional providers to enhance evaluation capacity. Evaluations will be prioritized for incoming kindergarten students, students transitioning to new schools, and those with urgent behavioral needs in this school year. The St. Croix District's objective is to maintain the same pace as the summer 2025 ESY initiative, with each team receiving at least 60 students to evaluate. To ensure consistent progress, the St. Croix District plans to hold weekly check-in meetings with the Educational Diagnostic Center team, which includes the school psychologists, social workers, and related service providers. Expiring ARP funds. I would now like to provide a detailed update on the status of the ARP funds, specifically addressing the unliquidated allocations across our projects. So as you know, there was a period of time where the department was halted from doing anything related to utilizing the ARP funds. And so we had $34.9 million in hold, which was used for goods and services and for various construction projects. And so since then, we did receive a line of credit of $5 million. We were able to input our first set of invoices for our prioritizing our construction projects, of course, because we needed them to get started again, and some goods and services. We submitted our packages to the U.S. Department of Education. I'm happy to report that within 48 hours, we received our approval to do the drawdowns. So we are now preparing to enter our second tranche of payments to our vendors related to the ARP funds. Because the process is seamless, and because we had our first round of I would call it a dry run. I think my team and I are very confident that we will be able to expedite these payments as they come in to the department for processing. So that's the update on the ARP projects. On page 12 of the testimony, you will see a list of the vendors that have received payments thus far. So now we get into school readiness, school food authority, and school kitchens. AC Som, can you read?
Please recognize the mic. Number 2.
Okay. After extensive site inspections by the Bureau of School Instruction and Maintenance, the Division of Building Permits at the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Environmental Health at the Department of Health, Fire Services and Emergency, of all school kitchens, an intensive meeting with school kitchen managers, the school food authorities rated school kitchen preparedness and readiness as fair. This means that despite the need for additional updated kitchen equipment, most of which necessitates electrical improvements, school kitchens were prepared and have begun food service to include breakfast and lunch for students. In the St. Croix District, all kitchens were exterminated and were stocked with food commodities for the first 2 weeks of school. Inventory inspections were completed to ensure compliance with food safety standards. Kitchen carts were reviewed to reduce waste and over-ordering. All kitchen gas tanks have been filled, and grease trap cleaning were completed with ongoing monthly service required. The goal of the St. Thomas St. John School Food Authority was to ensure that all school kitchens were operational by August 12th, the day before school began. Maintenance requests were submitted to the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance, and weekly follow-ups are being conducted. On the good side, the USDA required, due to storage issues and storage incapacity, that the department purchase 40-foot containers. The department, after 2 years, has been extremely successful and with the assistance of the Bureau, we've purchased 3 40-foot containers, 3 for the St. Croix SFA and 3 for the St. Thomas SFA, St. Thomas St. John SFA. Those containers are now in storage. Are now at their locations. Those containers on St. Thomas are now connected to electrical. They're simply awaiting building permits and a WAPA transformer, and they will be good to go. And they will add to the refrigerated storage capacity for each district. In the St. Croix district, the electrical connection is happening as we speak, and it is our hope that it is completed by next week. And in so doing, that will bring us into compliance with the USDA mandates. The commissioner has mandated salad bars at each school. In the St. Thomas district, they are well on their way to re-implementing the salad bars. They will begin in mid-September. The St. Croix district is still receiving inventory for salad bars, and they should be up and running with salad bars as an option for our school kitchens.
Dr. Yergin?
School readiness. St. Thomas St. John District. On Tuesday, August 12th, the St. Thomas St. John School District welcomed administrators, teachers, paraprofessionals, and support staff back to school for the 2025-2026 school year in an opening assembly that was electric, fired up, and full of energy. The session began in prayer led by Pastor Gerald of Impacting Your World Christian Ministries. Pastor McDonald and Pastor Gladstone Hazel were the organizers of the 3rd annual Back to School Prayer, Praise, and Inspirational Rally held in the Emancipation Garden on August 3rd, 2025. The opening session was used to highlight noteworthy accomplishments and make presentations to individuals in the district for exemplary service. Presentations were made to the following: the 2024-25 Teacher of the Year, Mr. Cornell Hanley; Dr. Disha Powell, former Deputy Superintendent; Ms. Astrid Hippolyte, current Deputy Superintendent; Ms. Michael Rose Ravalier, presenter at the 2025 Model School Conference; Ms. Audrey Borey, on behalf of the Joseph A. Sibley Elementary School, for the outstanding academic achievement during the 2024-2025 school year. The superintendent also shared pertinent data with the entire district and established the goals that will guide the work to be achieved this academic year. The keynote speaker, Dr. Eric Thomas, spoke passionately and presented a message that resonated with the audience. He shared personal stories about his own journey and reminded teachers to always hold themselves in the highest regards because they are the professionals. The audience willingly participated and left the auditorium in a lively spirit to begin the new school year. The rest of the day was filled with meaningful professional development opportunities in a host of areas to include model lessons in all core disciplines, PE, music, and career and technical education, differentiated instruction, effective grouping, multi-tiered system of support and interventions, and grading and effective teaching protocols and practices. School began successfully on Wednesday, August 13, 2025. As we traveled from school to school and engaged with students and members of the faculty, it was obvious that all schools were on the same page, following the theme, igniting innovation and embracing excellence. Schools were adorned with new murals, balloons, posters, and greenery on campus. It was easy to acknowledge the efforts were made to beautify the campuses in accordance with the theme. This year's theme emphasizes creating an atmosphere where creativity and curiosity thrive and encourage standards of above-average demonstrations. Challenges that impacted the first week: connectivity issues. Kudos to the IT department for working diligently all through the nights to address issues with the internet and ensure that all campers were up and running. Most campers were up and running by day 4.
In the 2025-2026 Intervention Implementation Plan and MTSS rollout for ELA and MAT, during the 2024 school year, the St. Thomas District embarked in developing a comprehensive intervention implementation plan for ELA and MAC, a MTSS framework that will be adopted territory-wide. The district launched their comprehensive framework, which is designed to strengthen the outcomes in both of those content areas. The key components of the MTSS system is the tiered support. So it's universal, it's targeted, and it's intensive intervention. And using that data to provide those tiered support so that our students can grow in their development in ELA and in math. It involves those focuses, of course, but more importantly, it involves progress monitoring, which is using data to effectively make decisions that guide the outcomes that are desired from campus to campus. It includes professional development, targeted based on the needs of our respective schools, and continued collaboration and communication. You will see the timeline for the rollout of that program. We are excited because we have a structured framework that says what each individual school will be doing to address the academic deficiencies that we see in our schools and in our individual students. So each student will have their own plan of focus to help them to close that achievement gap that we are seeing in some of our students. And so the table below that shows the current St. Thomas, St. John District personnel needs that are still outstanding as indicated in the HR portion of this testimony. Recruitment and retention remain ongoing. School Readiness, St. Croix District, Dr. Bastian Knight.
Senator Francis Mike.
With a similar back-to-school professional development day and ignited opening, the St. Croix District began the 2025-2026 school year with a clear leadership plan guided by 4 pillars: multi-tiered systems of support, MTSS, attendance, accountability, and leadership coaching. Grounded in school report card data and the strong opening of the year, our focus is on elevating teaching, learning, and leadership across all schools. Student experiences are strengthened by high-quality instruction, MTSS interventions, positive school culture, family engagement, and access to technology. Operational supports such as safe facilities, transportation, and nutrition ensure readiness to learn, while social emotional learning and restorative practices foster resilience and belonging. Together, these actions promote academic growth, student well-being, and readiness for college, career, and life. The first week of school was filled with energy and anticipation as staff welcomed students into prepared classrooms. While staff shortages remain a challenge, the district is working closely with human resources to address vacancies with recruitment and retention as top priorities. Administrators recommitted to driving achievement through effective teaching, data-driven decisions, curriculum alignment, professional development, and family engagement. School improvement plans now reflect accountability goals and targeted supports. District directors, subject coordinators, and liaisons are providing data-driven intervention, coaching, and professional development for teachers, paraprofessionals, and early childhood educators and administrators. Professional learning this year includes classroom management, student engagement, lesson planning, cultural diversity, and differentiated instruction. Administrators will also receive tiered leadership coaching, with all staff assessing training through the professional learning platform. The success of opening week reflects the dedication of educators, families, and community partners. The St. Croix District remains committed to continuous improvement, equity, and ensuring that every day is an opportunity for growth and celebration of student potential. The 2025-2026 school year is not only a new beginning, but a reminder of our mission to inspire, educate, and prepare students to thrive. As mentioned before, the special education report is as follows. Currently, our backlog is distributed across 11 schools, with the largest concentration at the Earle B Larson, composing of 25.5% of remaining cases, Juanita Gardine, 20.6%, and Ricardo Richards, 19.1%. This targeted data allows us to prioritize resources and deploy our diagnostic team strategically. As detailed in the St. Croix District Special Education Data Summary, this represents not just only progress, but it's a decisive shift towards compliance and accountability for our students, families, directly supporting our district's commitment to transparency and data-driven decision-making. Below, you will see the table that informs of all the needs to include special education in the St. Croix District. Reform must extend beyond backlog reduction. To that end, the district has implemented the MTSS for all students. This framework ensures that academic and behavioral challenges are addressed through timely evidence-based interventions before a referral to special education is considered. We are currently conducting service delivery audits across schools to ensure that students with disabilities receive services in their least restrictive environments. These audits also inform us on how we address vacancies and staffing challenges across our 11 affected schools. Staffing remains a critical issue. Currently, we continue to rely heavily on contracted psychologists and social workers, incurring significant costs. Our December clearance plan includes strategic use of additional contractors, but our long-term solution is to recruit, train, and retain local professionals so that these essential services are both sustainable and cost-effective. In the meantime, we are investing in comprehensive training for both special education and general education teachers. These training focus on academic best practices, de-escalation strategies, and behavioral support so teachers are equipped to meet the student needs in every setting. Our completed target is detailed in this testimony. This plan includes regular monitoring and adaptive strategies to ensure we meet our commitment to backlog clearance in the St. Croix District.
Every Student Succeeds Act report cards progress. Under ESSA, the Virgin Islands Department of Education developed the accountability system that evaluates schools using multiple measures to provide a clear picture of student performance and student quality. Each school receives a composite index score, which is calculated from several weighted indicators: academic achievement, academic progress, graduation rates, English language proficiency progress. School quality and student success includes chronic absenteeism, persistent presence for all schools, and AP and CTE coursework for the high schools. As mentioned before, on several platforms, we continue to struggle with attendance data, and that will be demonstrated as an indicator that impacts the school overall accountability score. So I am honored to present the 2024-2025 ESSA report cards for Joseph Sibley School and St. Croix Educational Complex. Nothing special. I just picked a school from the St. Thomas St. John District and one from the St. Croix District. But the Joseph Sibley Elementary School has been rated as a 4-star school, reflecting its success in meeting expectations for both academic achievement and student growth, with strong overall school quality indicators. St. Croix Educational Complex has earned a 3-star rating, demonstrating adequate performance while also highlighting key areas for continued growth. Together, these schools represent the progress we are making and the important work that still lies ahead. Ratings for all other schools will be shared with stakeholders in October of this year. And then we broke down how the scores were developed for each of those samples that were given. And then in the attachments, you will see what that report card will look like as we present them to the public in October. We took time to really look at how we were going to determine whether a school was performing or not. And what was very important to us was not just proficiency rates, but those schools that were making significant academic growth, where students were moving from a red to a yellow, should be also documented as improvements for that particular school. Again, we still struggle with attendance, and both district superintendents have put things in place to encourage our students to come to school and encourage our parents to bring our students to school. The data has shown us that the chronic absenteeism that we're seeing is in those grade levels which require parental support to get our students to school. Pre-K to third grade are those areas of concern. We're now going to do school violence comprehensive plan, AC Sum.
Violence in the Virgin Islands public school system has been a constant albatross on the necks of schools, especially secondary schools, but also in the larger Virgin Islands community as a whole. Addressing this albatross is not the sole responsibility of the Department of Education. It requires intensification of engagement with our critical stakeholders, which include students, parents, the Virgin Islands Police Department, the Department of Human Services, the Office of Gun Violence Prevention, the Virgin Islands Housing Authority, and many other more. What you will see next in the testimony is the data on school suspensions for the last 2 school years, 2023-24 and 24-25. The department has developed a plan, a comprehensive plan to mitigate school violence, and it is an ambitious plan. It is not a perfect plan in that it is not intended to be static. We will review, we will consult, and make the necessary adjustments to the plan as we progress. Implementation of the plan will employ as many strategies as necessary to prevent and reduce acts of student violence. The plan has 10 strategic points or elements and actions that include: 1, standing up an interagency school safety council; 2, a school-based threat assessment and case management; 3, climate and behavior framework that includes positive behavioral intervention supports and restorative justice practices; 4, and very importantly, parent partnership hubs and family accountability; 5, youth voice, getting our students involved, not only mediation, but continued leadership; 6, very important to this plan is the involvement of law enforcement integration and a youth-centric training. Recently, we had the opportunity to meet with both school security commanders and Lieutenant Marisol Colong in the St. Croix district, and it was a very profitable and very progressive discussion, and we look forward to their continued involvement. Next is mental health, substance abuse, and wraparound services, after-school activities, sports, arts, and workforce pathways, digital risk, rumor control, and anonymous reporting, and lastly, facilities, procedures, and drill. Additional discussion on the details of this plan will come up during the question and answering session of the testimony today. Commissioner?
If we truly believe that our children are our greatest investment, then we must be unwavering in our resolve to provide them with the strongest foundation possible. As we enter this academic year under the theme, Igniting Innovation, Elevating Excellence, we are reminded that our commitment to students goes beyond the classroom. It is about inspiring creativity, fostering growth, and setting the standard for excellence in everything we do. The work ahead is significant, but the rewards measured in success, in the success, well-being, and potential of our students are immeasurable. Thank you for this opportunity to share the priorities of the department. My team and I stand ready to answer any questions regarding this testimony and to provide any additional information or clarification needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good job summarizing. Mr. Benjamin?
Good afternoon.
You're
afternoon.
identified. Go ahead.
Okay. Good day, Honorable Senator Kirk Bailey, Chairman of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development, Honorable Senator Avery Lewis, Vice Chair, other distinguished members of the committee, esteemed colleagues of the 36th Legislature, fellow testifiers, and members of the listening and viewing public. I am Craig Benjamin, and I serve as the Executive Director of the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance. It is both an honor and privilege to appear before you today. I extend my sincere gratitude for the opportunity to present testimony on the status of summer repair and maintenance projects, as well as the overall readiness of our public schools for 2025-2026 academic year. In addition, I will provide updates on critical infrastructure initiatives, including electrical system upgrades, general installations, and other projects funded through the American Rescue Plan Act. I will also outline the processes we have implemented and strengthen accountability, improve efficiency, and enhance resilience across the Bureau. Accompanying me today to provide a comprehensive overview of the current efforts, upcoming initiatives, and long-term goals for the continued improvements of our schools are Mr. Paul Harrigan, the Assistant Director of School Maintenance, Ms. Cynthia Allen, Assistant Director of School Construction, Dr. Charmaine Myers, Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Yancey Milligan, School Facilities Manager at St. Croix, Mr. Bobby Ferris, Assistant School Facilities Manager at St. Croix, and additional support staff present in the chambers. Mr. Milligan is currently not available, so just want to note that. Okay. Since our inception just 10 months ago, the Bureau has worked not only to address urgent maintenance needs, but also to put systems in place that will ensure long-term effective and resilience, long-term effective efficiency and resilience. One, a work order system to track every maintenance request ensures accountability and improves transparency. Two, a hurricane preparedness plan which provides comprehensive storm readiness and recovery protocols. Three, a maintenance contingency plan which establishes rapid response measures for facility failures. Fourth, the district project tracking spreadsheet with comprehensive listing of ongoing, completed, and planned projects in both districts. Fifth, a workforce pipeline which BSEM is coordinating with the Skills Center, Pinnacle Services, CTEC, and My Brother's Workshop to develop internship programs. On August 26, 2025, the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance met with principals in the St. Thomas St. John District during their quarterly meeting to introduce the implementation of paired call and response systems. The systems was developed to strengthen accountability, improve responsive times, and provide greater transparency in addressing facility-related concerns. Emergencies are prioritized for immediate action to safeguard the health, safety of students and staff, while routine maintenance items are formally logged, monitored, and tracked to completion within the work order system. Principals share their concerns and ask pertinent questions. The Bureau acknowledges gaps, accepted responsibility, and presented concrete solutions. Feedback underscored that the core challenges have been outstanding repairs, and in addition to delayed responses. The Bureau is adjusting workflow accountability to ensure timely resolution and clear communication. To ensure consistency across both districts, the Bureau is coordinating with St. Croix Superintendent's Office to convene the same session. The St. Croix District held its quarterly principals meeting in early August. We are now confirming a date within the next 2 weeks to present the tiered call and response system and answer questions, ensuring the St. Croix principals are afforded an equal opportunity to be presented by the Bureau's key staff members regarding the tiered call and response systems. Many of our schools are aged. Julius Sprouse School, built in 1955, is now 70 years old, while Claudio Marco Elementary is at 67 years old. Proliferates the difficulty of maintaining older facilities. Even our newer schools, such as the St. Croix Educational Complex, built in 1995, and the Border Shelter School, built in 2003, have deteriorated prematurely and require immediate upkeep. Our progress was slowed by funding disruptions. Removal of $2 million from our account encumbered all capital funds and halted our projects. ARPA-funded projects were temporarily frozen when federal partners pulled back funding. Following the governor's intervention, approximately $1.4 million was paid to vendors last week, allowing us to resume critical projects such as emergency mold remediation, roof repairs, and electrical upgrades. We remain committed to restoring and maintaining safe, healthy, and fully operational learning environments across all schools. Following the cross-agency walkthrough with the Department of Health, Fire Services, and DPNR, the Bureau initiated campus-specific work orders and fast-tracked life safety and kitchen compliance items, while advancing larger summer scopes. Complete and in-flight corrective actions include plumbing upgrades, repairs at Claudio Marco, John Woodson, and Joseph Sibley, ADA restroom upgrades at Joseph Gomez, kitchen restroom repairs at Yvonne Milanobowski, and Ivana Yudorkin 300 series bathroom upgrades. We address mold and water intrusion flagged during our site tour. Woodson's roof was repaired August 24th, and ceiling tiles were replaced as part of the ongoing remediation. A territory-wide mold remediation supply contract is being established to enhance future response time. In parallel, to stabilize classroom conditions, AC units were installed in 26 classrooms at Eulalie Rivera. Additional units were installed at Jane E. Tewitt School, the CHS Sprung, the 9th grade academy, and 4 units at the Joseph Gomez kitchen, and one at Central High main office. All paired with electrical upgrades, ventilation support systems. These actions are in direct response to cross-agency inspection findings across both districts, covering kitchen sanitation and ventilation, life safety system, electrical labeling, and other code compliance issues identified by Department of Health, Fire Services, and DPNR. Corrective work orders focused on standard remedies, servicing light safety devices, completing minor electrical corrections, bringing kitchens into compliance, improving ventilation and indoor air quality, and addressing roof drainage issues to reduce moisture reoccurrences. These corrective efforts are ongoing across both districts and will continue school by school until every cited item is correctly addressed, verified, and closed out. Classes at John Woodson will begin later than planned due to a mold condition and scheduled remediations. Mold remediation is scheduled to be completed today. As part of this work, contaminated ceiling tiles were removed and replaced, ensuring classrooms and common areas are ready for learning. In parallel, the roof was repaired and on August 24th, 2025, addressing the primary source of water intrusion and reducing the likelihood of mold reoccurrence. To strengthen our territory-wide response, the Department of Property and Procurement is developing a supply contract for mold remediation that will include buildings under the BSCM purview. This contract will enable faster mobilization, standardized scopes of work, and competitive pricing across schools. The proactive action for facilities and maintenance to reduce future mold risks are as follows. HVAC preventative maintenance, which consists of changing filters per manufacturer guidance, clean coils, clear air repair condensation plans and drains. Rapid water event responses for any leaks or water intrusion to stop the source immediately, and dry or remove wet materials within 20 to 48 hours. Maintain a stockpile of water intrusion kits. Roof envelope inspections. After heavy wind-driven rain episodes, clear roof drains and gutters. Check for ponding and seal penetrations and flashing. Document findings and repair. And finally, the plumbing inspections designed to inspect restrooms, mechanical rooms, and other wet rooms weekly for leaks, sweating pipes, or standing water. Then repair promptly and reset. We recognize ongoing challenges with our air conditioners across our schools. During summer maintenance, AC units were installed in 26 classrooms at the Earle Rivera. Additional units were also installed at Jenny Tuitt, CAHS Sprung, the 9th grade academy, and 4 large capacity units at the Gomez cafeteria. Along with that, 1 at Central High School main office was installed. Expanded air conditioning use requires corresponding electrical capacity upgrades because many buildings were designed for natural ventilation. Completing the electrical upgrades remains essential for the increased capacity of air conditioning units to operate safely and reliably. In some schools, windows and doors have been insulated to retain cool air. Therefore, if any AC units fail, these rooms lack adequate outside air circulation. This presents a ventilation and safety concern and underscores the urgency of completing the electrical work. Immediate risk mitigation measures. Until full electrical upgrades are completed are as follows. You prioritize phasing, which begins electrical upgrades first in buildings with sealed rooms, higher occupancy, and critical programs. Failure response protocols. If an AC unit fails, staff will open available windows and doors where safe, relocate students to a ventilated space, and notify the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance for inspection, repair, and replacement. Preventative maintenance implements quarterly inspections utilize AC supply contracts, filter changes, and condensate drain cleaning. Maintain an on-hand inventory of critical spare parts. Staggered restarts / load management occurs after power restorations. Staggered AC units start up to prevent breaker trips and reduce peak loads. Prohibit use of extension cords or unapproved power strips for AC units. Interim ventilation support. Where operable, windows are unavailable, provide portable outside air fans for temporary code-compliant ventilation solutions. Maintain a limited pool of portable AC units for short-term use only. Communication will provide principals with a concise checklist and a direct escalation line to facilities and share updates. The following restrooms and plumbing upgrades were completed during the summer. They were the Claudio Marco plumbing upgrades, John Woodson plumbing upgrades, Joseph Sibley plumbing repair, Joseph Gomez ADA compliant restroom upgrades, the Bowski kitchen restroom repair, and the Vanny Dorkin 300 series bathroom upgrades. Ongoing restroom issues are as follows. At Pearl B. Lawson, work originally slated to be contracted will now be performed in-house due to planned demolition and construction. Juanita Gardine has shifted from contracted work to in-house repairs. All restrooms are operable and a previously condemned wing will be brought back into service in-house. At Lou Muckle, one female restroom repair under contract is approximately 20% completed. All other restrooms are operable and are being upgraded in-house. Ricardo Richards reports all restrooms are operable with minor in-house upgrades underway. At Central High, a pre-bureau contract was terminated after 2 restrooms were completed. 7 restrooms remain. 4 will be repaired in-house due to the school's planned demolition and construction, and 3 will be contracted out due to the severity of the damage. 6 restrooms are currently operable. At Alfredo Andrews, they moved from planned contracted work to in-house repairs. All children's restrooms are operable, and 1 adult restroom is out of service, awaiting parts for an in-house repair. John Woodson and Earle Rivera have completed contracted repairs, and all restrooms are operable. Claudio Marco completed all restroom repairs in-house, with all restrooms operable. St. Croix Educational Complex has 2 restrooms out of service, and CTEC has 2 restrooms scheduled for in-house repair. These projects are targeted for completion by the end of September. However, completion is contingent upon receiving flush valves and other required materials. Since school reopened, both Complex and Lou Muckle experienced pump-related issues. At Complex, a pump failed. At Lou Muckle, a breaker tripped, and the pump failed following a power outage at the onset of Hurricane Earl. To mitigate risks and ensure continuity of services, we will conduct weekly inspections of restrooms and plumbing systems, maintain an on-hand inventory of spare pumps and flush valves, establish an emergency contract for ADA-compliant portable restroom trailers to provide temporary facilities during plumbing repairs, prevent service disruption, and avoid school closures. Assistant Director Paul Harrigan will now present the work work completed underway. Go ahead.
For a clear picture of progress, the next two sections summarize a high-level overview of completed and active work by schools in St. Thomas District and St. Croix District, ordered by our life safety first priorities. The standard project list stands at St. Thomas and St. John District 94.
Speak directly into the mic.
Sorry. 94 completed, 47 active pending, a total of 141. On St. Croix District, 85 completed, 24 active and pending, and 109 total. Territory-wide, 179 completed and 71 active and pending, giving a total of 250 total. Using S4009 funds supplemented by S2221, we executed and initiated projects, upgrades, and repairs across St. Thomas schools, restoring learning spaces, protecting critical systems, and sequencing capital replacements. Representative completions: Apex construction at a cost of $237,000 at Ivana Udurican, restroom upgrades and roof repairs, 100% complete. TK 106, home ec class, $44,350 for smoke remediation, 100% complete. Apex construction, Bowski Elementary, repair the kitchen restrooms at 100%. The cost of that project was $56,824. JMP construction, roof repairs at Iwa is currently underway at $184,341. Project is about 50% completed as we speak. Jenny Tuitt restrooms and renovation. JMP was a contractor at a cost of $102,425. LEBG LLC completed deck repairs at Bowski and also coastal renovation, completed deck repairs at CHS. LEBG also repaired trade roofs and GRTC roofs and is 100% complete. Coastal renovations, CHS, which was conducted by coastal renovation, CHS lacquer decking repairs was completed at 100% at $129,623. Premier construction completed a concrete swale at the entrance of the sprung at CHS at a cost of $32,400. Leslie Electric completed power and service upgrades at BCB, Olamola, and adult education at 100%, which is complete 100%. Michael Rodney Daly, contractor, completed lighting removal and disposal at BCB for $85,000. Generators and electrical readiness in St. Thomas, we have Charles Electric, contractor, completed generator installations at BCB and Julius H. Sproul. He also completed some work at the Bowski kitchen to install a 220-volt dishwasher outlet. At Charles Electric also installed principal AC power to BCB. District transfer switches for full generator integration expected to be delivered by August 2025, pending payment. Central Air completed the sprung AC system at a cost of $178,800 and fixed the walk-in cooler freezer for $3,100. It's 100% complete as we speak. At Udurican, Central Air also installed ACs around the campus at a cost of $60,000 and is approximately 60% complete to this day. Joseph Gomez Elementary, library AC assessment and repair is on the way. And Tempe and Charles Electric are right now conducting a district-wide HVAC assessment targeted to finish by January 2026. Near-term starts, Apex Construction is supposed to repair the sped room at Ivana Yudorican at a cost of $159,258 and is currently in the process of being mobilized. MCE Construction did restroom repairs at Sibley School at a cost of $296,600. However, the music room is also included in that. The music room repairs is also included in that. Using S4009 funds and supplemented by S221 funds, we executed and initiated projects on St. Croix to harden sites, strengthen HVAC and electrical reliability, and support the 2025-26 school year. GMP Construction did the window shutters at a cost of $175,900 at Eulalie Rivera. Same contracting company at a cost of $50,760 did a multi-campus storage container placement and site preparation, which is 100% completed. Contractor Power Up Electric did the AC electrical drops at a cost of $45,000 at Eulalie Rivera. Same contractor, Power Up Electric, did the track and field lights at a cost of $78,000 at Educational Complex. Leslie Trucking, contractor, did AC deliveries at a cost of $21,700 at Educational Complex. Just Right Trucking did a cooler relocation for the school lunch warehouse at a cost of $10,500. And John H. Woodson, same contractor, JP Construction, did some baseboard replacements at a cost of $20,400. At Eulalie Rivera, AC installations and electrical drops completed by Power Up Electric was at $45,000, and you can see that in attachment A. Further on, ARP funding projects, we have Continental Construction did the work at Lou Merkel School. The contractor will be performing civil work after hours and on weekends. During the week, only tasks that do not interrupt school operations will be completed. Hagland VI contractor project is completed at Eulalie Rivera School. The contractors are awaiting payments. At Juanita Garden, the electrical upgrades was done by Hagland VI. Work is on hold until Hagland VI receives payment for Eulalie Rivera electrical upgrade, which is needed to pay their subcontractor before starting this project. At Eulalie Rivera and Paul B. Larson, Hagland VI installed the generators. ETA for completion is October 2025. School crosswalks and signs done by Continental. Work has resumed since contractor has been receiving mobilization payment. Curriculum Center generator done by Charles Electric. Project is complete and closed out. School board signs, contractor Rock Vision. Project is 90% complete. VIDE is working on connecting signs to its servers. On St. Thomas District, Charles Electric did the generator installation at Julius H. Sproul School. Project is 85% complete, remains on schedule for timely completion. Charles Electric also did electrical upgrades at Joseph Gomez. Work has started and is expected to finish on time. Generator for BCB was purchased and delivered by Hagland VI. They are awaiting delivery of the transfer switch, expected within 1 week. However, the generator has not been paid for, so the contractor will not release the switch until payment is made. For Charles Electric, BCB generator was installed by Charles Electric. Work is awaiting delivery for the transfer switch before proceeding. Work is awaiting delivery of the transfer switch before proceeding with the complete installation. At Guy Benjamin, generator installation was done by Hagland VI. All equipment has been delivered, but work is on hold until payment is received. Ivane Dorican, electrical upgrade, done by Leslie Electric. Contractor has begun work and is approximately 40% complete. However, mobilization payment is still pending and additional funding is needed to continue progress. Electrical upgrade at Jenny Tuit. Contractor is Hagland VI. Contractor has received mobilization payment and remobilized. All panels and cabling are on site and ready for installation. Regarding Iwa fence repair, Julio Construction and Masonry is the contractor. Project has been completed and fully closed out. Gomez, ADA classroom. Contractor is Custom Builders and work is 100% completed. Two payments has been made so far. ARPA-funded kitchen projects on St. Croix, there were 2 kitchens that was not completed. One was at Claudio Marco Elementary School, and the other at Eulalie Rivera K-8 School. Were not completed before the original deadline and were affected when funds were temporarily rescinded. With ARPA funded now reinstated, BSM is advancing both projects to completion on an accelerated rate, so the community and the legislature can see progress on upcoming, excuse me for 1 second, pages are mixed up. Scheduled to avoid any risk of reversion under the current award modification, the performance period is extended through to March 31st, 2026. The project status for Eulalie R. Rivera K-8 School kitchen project, the original contractor was terminated after the contractor abandoned the project. BSCM will complete a comprehensive assessment of the remaining work by August 29, 2025. Based on preliminary findings, a solicitation will be issued on September 3, 2025, with the final scope of work confirmed by September 5, 2025. Proposals will be due September 17, 2025, and evaluations will be completed by September 19, 2025. In regards to Claudio Marco Elementary School, kitchen project, Bureau will re-engage the incumbent contractor to complete the remaining scope. The prior contract term has lapsed, and a new contract has to be established. Upon approval and issuance of a notice to proceed, work will resume within the next few weeks. On St. Thomas, Rep Sanitation did mitigation to Bowski, Charlotte Mali High, Ivana Udorican, Joseph Gomez, and Lockhart Elementary. The total cost of that project is $999,751. On St. Croix, additional task orders was sequenced. Scope included removal of moisture-damaged materials, replacement contaminated ceiling tiles, and establishing safe indoor air quality baselines for subsequent mechanical and ceiling work at John Woodson. Regarding PFA-funded projects, project executed to date are 99. Approximate dollars committed, $3,133,286. On St. Croix, approximately $1,804,819 was spent, and on St. Thomas, $1,328,467. Respective St. Thomas campuses include Bertha C. Bushelty, CHS, Ivane Durakin, Joseph Gomez, Iwa, Gladys Abraham, and Adult Education in regards to PFA-funded projects. Respective St. Croix campuses include Eulalie Rivera, Educational Complex, John H. Woodson, and School Lunch Warehouse. Please see attachment D. Year-round maintenance, it's D. Make a correction, it's a typo. Make a correction on your sheet. Year-round maintenance and community assurance. We understand that keeping school facilities reliable is a year-round responsibility. We are steadily strengthening our maintenance approach to reduce emergencies and keep classrooms comfortable for students and teachers. Our ongoing actions include a quarterly preventative maintenance calendar, standardized work order triage, and response windows. Seasonal readiness checks to avoid summer-only surges. Temporary stabilization kits to keep rooms in service while permanent work proceeds. And transparent reporting tied to Attachment A so the community and the legislature can see progress in upcoming milestones. Our aim is to rebuild trust throughout visible progress, clear timelines, and steady communication. Our 90-day outlook and key milestones is as follows. August 25th to 29, 2025 on St. Croix, John H. Woodson School. Our roof repairs are were completed on August 25th, and the mold remediation closeout on track for August 29th. Late August 2025, a notice to proceed issued for Paul B. Larson rail and decking repairs will be issued, and 30 days construction to completion from notice to proceed. By the end of August 2025, on St. Thomas, transfer switches delivery for generator installation shall be completed. Pending payments. Early September 2025 on St. Croix, Lou Merkel restroom repairs start. Materials are in hand. On St. Croix, September 2025, Juanita Gardine restroom upgrades should be mobilizing after notice proceed is sent out. Pre-construction and safety prep in September. September 30th, 2025, on St. Thomas, Ivana Eudora Ken High School will have classroom repairs by Apex, which is scheduled to start in September. And we also have environmental remediation task orders in execution for October 15, 2025. October 2025, onward, both districts. Earliest construction starts for scopes now in solicitation, awaiting POs. Pre-construction submittals and long lead ordering for central HC module deck repairs and JROTC office renovations. Site staging is to support December 2025 completions. December 2025 on St. Croix Central High School, modular deck repair, junior ROTC office renovations, substantial completion targeted for December 2025. January 2026 on St. Thomas, HVAC assessment programs, Tempe and Charles Electric should be completed. And I turn it back over to the director.
Yes, I will have Ms. Cynthia Allen explain the work order system.
The work order system is an online system. The purpose of this system, this policy established a standardized process for reporting, prioritizing, and reporting to maintenance issues at the public schools territory-wide. The goal is to improve accountability, communication, and response time while ensuring the safety and functionality of school facilities. Background. Since its establishment in October 2024, the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance has assessed existing system and identified a need for a more organized and transparent process for handling maintenance requests. Previously, work orders were often routed to the maintenance manager, creating inefficiencies and delays. To address this, the Bureau has implemented a facilities system that categorizes the issues by emergencies and ensures appropriate responses. This system has 4 levels. Level 1 is routine maintenance. Level 2 is labeled as important. Level 3 is urgent. And level 4 is critical emergency. At level 1, examples of routine maintenance are items like light bulb replacements, minor leaks, painting requests, broken tiles, or door adjustments. Response times for that report is to be scheduled within 3 weeks. At level 2, examples of the category of important is, for instance, a classroom AC outage, a clogged toilet while others are working, or minor electrical tripping. The response time for that is 24 to 48 hours and can differ based on material availability and emergency contracts. At level 3, which is labeled as urgent, an example of that would be multiple bathrooms out of service, roof leaks in classroom, partial power outage. The response time for that is the same day with a resolve within the same day or a couple days after. Level 4 labeled as critical and emergency. Examples of that are situations as we may have had, that we had with Lumoko, is where the entire school is out of power or water, where we have a fire hazard or major sewer backup, or God forbid, a structural failure. Response time for that, of course, is immediate response and to be resolved within the same day. Roles and responsibilities. Key components like principals, the BSCM team, and the management team, we have responsibilities to make this system work. For principals, be advised that we accept these reports based on the levels that I just mentioned. We ask that you designate one point of contact for routine work order submissions, and we've spoken with the principals, and that's established. For the BSCM team, we will respond within the required timelines, record actions taken in the work order log, assign to the respective maintenance crew, or if need be, if we need to hire. On a management level, we monitor the requests, track completions, and ensure accountability. We commit to submit monthly reports to the superintendent and the principal, summarizing the opening and closing of the work orders. Accountability and communication, we want to be transparent. We want to do monthly check-ins and continuously improve on this program. The next plan that we have in place is
Hurricane.
our hurricane preparedness plan. The Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance has developed a comprehensive hurricane preparedness plan.
One second, that's included in your testimony?
Yes, it's attachment B. It's attachment B.
Okay. You could summarize those, because we don't need the details. The senators will read the details, and are you going through all the attachments? No. Okay, just summarize, and then we're going to put up the photos, and you can explain the photos for us.
Okay, thank you. The Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance has developed a comprehensive hurricane preparedness plan to safeguard employees, protect Bureau assets, and secure school facilities before, during, and after a storm. This plan applies to all BSCM division and facilities and establishes clear roles, responsibility, and procedures for both leadership and staff. Key components include pre-storm readiness, which is securing buildings, fueling vehicles and generators, and protecting records. Emergency coordination with VIDE, VITEMA, and FEMA, and post-storm recovery with rapid damage assessment, emergency procurement, and cost tracking for reimbursement. The plan also emphasizes continuity of operations, ensuring that schools and the Bureau functions can resume quickly, even if facilities are damaged. Updated annually and reinforced through training exercise, this plan will strengthen the resilience of the territory schools and ensures faster recovery even after severe weather events.
Okay.
That concludes.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. There's a slideshow that was presented. It was randomly given to us, and we're going to put up the pictures, and then you can explain if you can. So we get in there.
Okay, Paul, you want this? Okay, you want, which one? Okay, at the first picture we're showing to this afternoon is the deck repair and repaint at the Bowski Elementary School that was conducted this summer. This is the Woodson Bridge that was repaired. It was damaged during the school year. We had to repair it so that the kids could traverse properly through the parking lot. This is the cleanup at EBO. This is our summer students changing out the light fixtures in the various schools. This is the roof repair at, what's that? Juanita Gardine. The first phase of the roof repair. Again, this is EBO cleanup. Again, light replacement at the various schools. Clean up again. This is the flush valves that we have such a big issue with. These flush valves are a nightmare. We have issues because particles from the water system, when the water line is broken, become enlarged in the flush valves, causing them to fail. And they are a big ticket item, and we have to replace them at all our schools. Again, this is another campus with the deck replaced. No, that's still Bowski. This is the roof repair at Idorican. Again, the light fixture replacement. Bridge again. And this is the air conditioning installation at Earle Rivera. Clean up again. Guys doing the light replacement. This is the roof repair at Woodson. More flush valves. This is the courtyard and roof repair at Alfredo Andrews. And this is also another deck repair. Clean up again. Bathroom restoration at Sibley, Sibley School. And this is the roof repair at Alfredo Andrews. The lights replacement, Alfredo Andrews. Restroom repair at Woodson. This is Alfredo Andrews roof repair. The same deck repair. Bowski deck repair. Roof repair at Alfredo Andrews again. And Woodson, that was Woodson. Okay. And this is the Sibley Monroe campus roof repair. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We have one more short testimony, colleagues, and then we're going to go to the round of questioning. Board of Education, Ms. Emanuela Perez Casillas, you may proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Good afternoon, Chairman Senator Kurt A. Viale and the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands Committee on Education and Workforce Development, other esteemed members of the committee, legislative staff, fellow stakeholders, and the listening viewing audience. I am Vice Chair Emanuela Perez Casillas, providing testimony on behalf of Dr. Kaiser A. Callwood, Chairman of the Virgin Islands Board of Education, and members. Today I am accompanied by Ms. Winona A. Hendricks, who chairs the board's Curriculum, Instruction, and Learning Environment. I thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on the status of summer repairs, maintenance projects, and overall readiness of our schools, which were opened Wednesday, August 13, 2025, for the 2025-2026 academic school year. The Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance carries the important responsibilities of managing all aspects of the public's educational facilities, from construction and modernization to repairs and upkeep. Operating independently under the Office of the Governor, BCSM was given new responsibilities through the enactment of Act Number 8717, this environmental and safety agencies, and certifying schools opening away from the Virgin Islands Board of Education. As a result, the board's role is now focused on a general statutory authority over school matters, including responsibility to make recommendations under 17 VI Code 21. For the board to fulfill its role effectively, it relies on accurate and timely information from both BCSM and the Virgin Islands Department of Education. A spirit of coordination, collaboration, and open communication among these agencies is essential for maintaining accountability and transparency in the school readiness process. At present, however, the law does not require BCSM or VIDE to share this information with the board. This absence of clear reporting obligation can unintentionally create gaps that make it harder for everyone to work in unison toward the same goal. It is important to note that there is currently no independent oversight mechanisms outside of the legislative action to ensure that school repairs and modernization projects remain on schedule or that challenges are consistently reported and addressed. While board members may serve on master planning committees, this does not substitute for independent oversight and consistent updates. To close this gap, it would be beneficial to establish structured reporting requirements and defined coordination practices that allow all parties to stay aligned, informed, and accountable. The summer's repair efforts illustrate how better collaboration could help us overcome obstacles. As BCSM Executive Director Craig Benjamin explained, financial constraints and vendor payments delayed made it difficult to keep certain projects on schedule, requiring work to extend into the school year during evenings, weekends, and holidays. This reality underscores the importance of clear communication and shared problem solving. Similarly, challenges arose during the July 31st and August 4th walkthroughs, when delays by some agencies disrupted the BCSM schedule. The board also did not receive BCSM's full project list in advance, making it harder to track issues, monitor progress, and recognize accomplishments. Responses to completion date inquiries were often general before school starts. In a few days, the contractor is on site, which understandably causes frustration given the August 13th reopening. If the board had retained direct statutory oversight of physical plant and readiness, these matters could have been incorporated into our annual June 15th report to the legislature, providing timely visibility into project status and school readiness. Still, the focus moving forward should not be on where responsibility lies, but rather on how we can collectively strengthen our partnerships, create systems that foster accountability, and ensure that every student has a safe and fully prepared learning environment on the opening of schools. By working together with clarity and mutual respect, we can transform these challenges into opportunities for stronger schools and stronger Virgin Islands. While the board's statutory accountability over physical school facilities is limited, in practice, VIBE serves as the eyes and ears on the ground, monitoring and documenting conditions that would not ordinarily be required to be reported to the legislature under the current legal framework. The following findings illustrate the ongoing challenges affecting school safety, health, and operations. Note, all facilities have ongoing concerns that need to be addressed. While specific examples were highlighted, these examples do not represent the full scope of issues, and many additional safety, health, and operational matters remain unlisted. St. Croix District. John H. Woodson, severe mold throughout sections of the building, roof leaks, remediation required 2 to 3 weeks. Staff and students already reported health impacts. Lumaco, inadequate safety signage, partial ramp access, leaking roofs, and deplorable restroom conditions. Claudio playground installation incomplete, surfacing and cleaning needed, pump determination pending. St. Croix Central High, roof leaks, modular schools with mold, cafeteria leaks, spalling concrete at the music building. St. Croix Educational Complex, corroded kitchen equipment, pending grease traps, unsafe art classrooms. Career and technical education, lacks compliant emergency eye and body washing stations. Ventilation issues, missing ceiling tiles. Urali Rivera, modular roof and restroom repairs needed. Wastewater pump requires attention. Alternative, or the Theodore Dunbabin site, cafeteria upgrades are desperately needed. Fencing needs repairs. A dedicated recreational area is also needed for students. Juanita Gardine Auditorium AC was down to schedule electrical upgrades. Drain cover needed in the kitchens. Windows and screens need to be addressed. Hazardous breakage of walls and roofing near the gym. Special education building needs renovation and much needed upgrades. St. Croix District accomplishments. Pearl B. Larson roof repairs completed. Interior lighting replaced. Custodial team praised for upkeep. Lumaco basketball court was refurbished. Claudio Marco restrooms were upgraded. Air-conditioned services and deep cleaning was conducted. CTEC electrical upgrades, installation and benches and railings were installed. Central High, walkway paint, ROTC room refurbished, music room carpet removed, construction for new school scheduled for 2025. Educational complex, gym AC installed, electrical upgrades, and deep cleaning conducted. In the St. Thomas and St. John District school concerns, Joseph Sibley roofing issues, K-8 fire system and smoke alarm placement concerns. Muller kitchen panels, box uncovered, freezer push release missing, faucet leaks. Bowski, visit incomplete due to travel. Note, bathroom repairs and deep cleaning conducted. Jane E. Tewitt, roof leaks near the cafeteria, abandoned cars nearby, recommendation for relocation. Charlotte Amalie High School, off-gassing in classrooms, mold cleaning, cycles needed, contractors working on special education building. Lockhart, repairs needed in assistant principal's bathroom, grease traps pending, inadequate PE staff space. Edith Williams, roof repairs, bathroom plumbing, and mold remediation needed. Relocation recommended due to safety concern. Sproul, decking incomplete. Open areas under building pose risk, bathrooms and railing issues. Charlotte Amalie High School, mold remediation, cycles needed. Kitchen hood leaks unresolved, Impress fund delays. Bertha C. Bushelty, 6 AC units malfunctioning, roof leaks, unsafe damage tiles, fell on principals, vending machines, competing with child nutrition program. Gladys Gomez, no maintenance staff or groundskeepers, mold remediation needed, kitchen lock unsafe. Ivana Eudora Kin, cafeteria, kitchen, hood leaks unresolved, inadequate special education rooms, accreditation, funding not available. Yvonne Bowski, some classrooms have mold, some ACs are down, painting needed throughout the campus. Accomplishments in the St. Thomas St. John District. Joseph Sibley, Contractor repairing bathrooms, Ulla Muller, electrical upgrades to the kitchen. Janie Tuitt, classroom refurbished with new cabinets and ceiling repairs. Charlotte Amali, sprung area AC installed, deck sanded and painted. Lockhart, new canopies, freshly painted PE corridors. Edith Williams, cafeteria room identified, new principal assigned. Julius E. Sproul, generator installed, electrical upgrades to kitchen, cafeteria, ceiling fixings. Ivana Eudora Ken, new cafeterias with AC, ROTC are sheltered, home economics refurbished, preparation underway for new building. Bertha C. Boshelty, a dishwasher was installed, auditorium AC units cleaned and repaired. Joseph Gomez, kitchen AC repaired, roof repaired underway. Yvonne Bowski, protecting padding in special education classroom, deep cleaning completed in some areas. Auxiliary agencies observation. Inspections from fire services, health, child nutrition, school safety, and DPNR highlight persistent hazards in fire extinguishers overdue, smoke detectors outdated or absent, gas and propane tanks not properly enclosed, bathrooms lack vomit kits, custodial procedure risk cross-contamination, science labs with improperly stored corrosion materials, open crawl spaces beneath buildings creating hazards, kitchens equipped improperly stored and increasing pest risk. Auxiliary agencies should share full reports with the Virgin Islands Department of Education, the Virgin Islands Board of Education, and BSCM, with authority to issue warnings or sanction for serious safety violations. Here are our recommendations for BCSM and the Virgin Islands Department of Education. Provide advanced project lists to the Virgin Islands Board of Education prior to walkthroughs. Require new school representatives to participate in walkthroughs. Establish written responsibilities and accountability systems for school-based maintenance workers. Conduct preschool orientation with district workers on the maintenance plan and expectations. Formalize routine inspections with bi-weekly reports to supervisors. Address staff shortages and the succession plan. Example, district's only air-conditioned technician is nearing retirement. Explore supplemental funding with Diageo and lottery funds for urgent projects. Increase salaries and training opportunities for maintenance staff to match the scope of responsibilities. For the Virgin Islands Board of Education, we strongly recommend temporary closure of the John H. Woodson Junior High School for full remediation with virtual instruction beginning August 13th and a physical reopening on September 2nd. Oppose the use of double session as a regressive option. Recommend relocation of Edith Williams School due to ongoing environmental and safety concerns. Request clarity on the monitor to student ratio policy, as several schools fail to meet the 1:100 benchmark. Support enhanced safety measures, training for crisis response, defibrillator packets, person protective equipment, and proper hazardous material management. School readiness, for example. As an example, a 3-stage readiness framework could be outlined as followed. Readiness, 70 to 79%. Projects are ongoing but hindered by delays or missing parts. Advanced preparation, 80 to 89%. Contractors are in place, projects are nearing completion, and deadlines are reliable. School open secure, 90 to 100%. Projects are completed, inspected, documented, and approved. For further illustration, a different approach could be a color code readiness model. Red means need attention, critical delays or missing elements that may impact opening. Yellow means progressing. Projects substantially undergo with minor risk to timelines. Or green, we are ready to go. Our requirements met, projects met, and schools cleared for safe openings. Whatever example or process is developed by BSCM in collaboration with VIDE and VIBE, it will provide all stakeholders with a clear tool to guide and support informed decision-making. Conclusion. The Virgin Islands Board of Education acknowledges the extraordinary efforts of BCSM, VIDE, and other partner agencies to confront complex facility challenges under immense financial and logistical constraints. Yet, no matter the challenges, the moral imperative remains clear. The health and safety of our children cannot be compromised. Persistent issues such as mold, crumbling infrastructure, and neglected maintenance are not mere inconveniences, they are threats to the dignity, well-being, and fundamental rights of every Virgin Islands child, a safe and supportive education. The board affirms that providing safe and healthy schools is not optional, nor is it negotiable. It is a legal responsibility, a moral duty, and a promise to every parent who entrusts us with their child's future. We must move beyond temporary fixes and embrace decisive, transparent, and lasting solutions. Anything less is a failure to our collective responsibility. We remain steadfast in our commitment to partner with legislature, VIDE, BCSM, and all stakeholders to ensure that when the 2025-2026 academic year begins, no child in the Virgin Islands enters the classroom that endangers their health, undermines their ability to learn. Safe schools are not a privilege, they are the right. Thank you for this opportunity to testify, and I stand ready to answer any questions or provide further clarifications.
Thank you for your testimony. I'd also like to recognize Senator Dwayne DeGraff, who joined us, committee member, non-committee member, Senator Marvin Blyden, Senator Milton Potter, a Board of Education member, Winona Hendricks, and I think you have over there somebody from Bureau of School Construction is also on sync right now. Can you put your name on the record, sir?
Bobby Ferris.
Title?
Assistant Manager, Facilities.
Okay, thank you so much. Colleagues, we had 1 hour of testimony. We are going to take Senator Francis, Senator Noble Francis has also joined us. Thank you for attending. We're going to take a 2-minute break. Okay, so you can stretch, restroom break, and then we're going to come back with the questions. So this committee stands in recess for 2 minutes. The Committee of Education and Workforce Development is back on the record, and I heard it wasn't 1 hour of testimony, it was 2 hours of testimony. That's why I felt we needed a break. Before we go directly to the senators, 2 questions. First, the status of the fire at Department of Education. I'm getting a lot of text about it, so just put it on the record.
So I'll start and then allow Mr. Benjamin to follow up. At approximately 1:15 a.m., what was that, Wednesday morning, I got a call from Mr. Mason, who was called by the security at headquarters that there was a fire at headquarters and 911 was called. Mr. Mason traveled to the site and indicated to me that it was a room where IT stored used equipment, some new equipment, and so the building or that area is completely burnt out. The roof is burnt. The fire was more in the roof, and so it did not escalate to the floor, which was better for us. Could have been a lot worse. It did spread to an adjacent restroom. The ladies' restroom is damaged, but it didn't make it to the server room. That was my major concern, because that would have knocked out all the internet for all of our schools and offices in the St. Thomas, St. John district. Mr. Benjamin met with fire department. You can mention that.
Yes, so I met with the fire department. It was actually Thursday morning at 1 p.m. when this occurred. So I met with the fire. Yeah, today's Friday.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah. So I met with the fire department. I'm waiting their report so that I could give you an accurate account of what transpired.
Have you been able to secure the room with the servers?
So the room with the servers is secure for now. I did speak with via One Communication, that's a new name, right? Yeah. Representative about exploring ways to have a cloud backup for our system, because that is not a good place that we're in, and so we are going to explore that this coming week.
And that room is on the first floor?
It's on, when you come into the compound and you go directly across to the bathrooms, it's right on the left side of the bathrooms, and the fire was on the right side of the bathrooms.
It's a single-story building.
Yeah.
Okay. Just want to make sure that because of the roof damage, that if we get any heavy rain, that it doesn't go into that server room.
So they have not cleared us to go into that room as yet. They're still conducting their investigation. Once we get all cleared, then Mr. Benjamin will take over.
We'll address it at that point.
Point of information, right and then left. Senator Gittins and Senator Blyden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all. So based on that discussion, last school year, I informed you that Senator Clifford Joseph and I, and Senator Clifford Joseph being a former fire marshal and fire director, were at a school in St. Croix, and I saw some of the pictures from the fire here. I'm happy to hear that sad to hear of the story, period, but happy to know that it stayed in the roof and not damaged the items on the floor. So we had a concern of some items being stored at a school on St. Croix, at the Juanita Gardine School. Have you been able to address that with those brand new books and other items that were being stored in that room?
I would allow Dr. Bastian Knight to respond to that.
Bastian Knight.
If you could recognize Senator Francis' desk here, please.
Bastian Knight, Superintendent St. Croix District. That room still contains those items, but just recently, as maybe 3 weeks ago, that school received a storage area, which they will begin to transport and store all those additional equipment in that trailer until we have a other conducive space for it.
Thank you. Because it's for reasons like that we saw that could have occurred right there at that school as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Geddes. Senator Blyden, point. Please recognize Senator Blyden, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And good. Let me ask you in respect to, Commissioner, good afternoon, in respect to the fire, and you said there was some old and new equipment that got destroyed. Do you have a preliminary account of exactly what type of equipment and how much was destroyed in the fire?
So it's the equipment that I'm referencing is a lot of e-waste that was being stored in that area. Some of the new equipment would be like wires, telephones, and those types of things.
Okay, very well. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Blyden. Senator Joseph.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Pleasant good day to everyone. Commissioner, was any of your staff displaced as a result of the fire?
No, Senator.
Wonderful. Thank you so kindly.
Okay, cool. Thank you, Senator Joseph. This is the order we're going to go in. Senator Avery Lewis, Senator Carla Joseph, Senator Kenny Giddens, Senator Frankie Johnson, Senator DeGraff, Senator Blyden, Senator Potter, and Senator Francis, and welcome Senator Clifford Joseph. Before we go to a 6-minute round of questioning, the clear status of John H. Woodson School, when is it going to open? I'm getting text after text after text.
Okay, John H. Woodson, mold remediation has been completed. We're waiting on the test results. Our air conditioning contractor is there on site. He is installing the air conditioning systems in the classrooms as we speak. He completed the air conditioning replacement in the library and also in the main office. And
so you replaced a unit in the main office?
Yes, he did.
Okay.
So we're waiting for the shipment of the additional units to come in today to clear. Once they come in, he will complete and wrap up. He's asking if we could give him until Wednesday.
Okay, so based on that answer, Commissioner, what is it? And this really shows how the Bureau and the Department of Education need to continuously work together. Based on the answer, what is the proposed starting date for Woodson?
So for us at the Department of Education, we have to have that complete clearance before we allow any faculty and staff back into the building. Tentatively, we have prepared a staggered schedule that includes the faculty and staff coming in on Tuesday, on Wednesday doing orientations, and then on Thursday, the start of school. Until we receive that all clear, we are not going to put anybody back in the building. So it really depends on us receiving the test results.
Okay, so based on that, back to you, Mr. Benjamin. When do you expect to receive the test results?
Test results should be here on Monday. But Monday is a holiday. This is what I was told by the company that's doing the testing.
Okay, so based on that response, then how are you going to switch your schedule now?
So we would push back. We would push back depending on what the results say. We would push back maybe 2 days, allow the faculty and staff to come in Thursday if we have all clear, do orientations on the Friday, and then bring students in on the Monday.
Okay, it sounds like no matter what, you have to push back because you're waiting on the results and it's a tight window.
Yes.
So I think that the message just need to go out to parents because parents need to make the plans in reference to next week, teachers need to make the plans, etc. We'll go to the round of questioning. We're going to make sure that all the points that you're following up on a question that was asked, okay? So don't ask a point that is a new topic. If we need to dig a bit deeper, then go ahead and ask the point because we have a number of senators and we want to have more than one round. So let's begin with the first round. 6 minutes. Senator Avery Lewis, you're recognized.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, education, school maintenance, Board of Education. Igniting innovation and elevating excellence. The commissioner started Craig, you thought you were going to be you first. You come in last, buddy. Can't do you and them old million right now. You come in last. Commissioner Wells-Hedrington, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator.
First let me start with some thank yous. I really have to tell you and your staff, your team, the first day of school, regardless of the troubles or despite the challenges, was very inviting and welcoming. I really have to say that publicly. With all the balloons, the DJs, man, I had one go to class. Yeah, you know? And I was standing up. Anyhow, I really have to commend you on that. And some of the schools in the St. Thomas district, thank you, because I have to say, lunchtime was a blessing. You had stew meat, rice, macaroni and cheese, you had everything. You had a spread.
That's right.
When I sit down here and I hear about salad bar and things, I said, aha, coming back, buddy, it coming back. So I could kick up, man. Tell the crew and then we cooking, man. I got you back. Tell her we cooking. Anyhow, Commissioner, getting down to business. In your testimony, you talked about something, the first cohort of paraprofessionals that is attending the university training to become professional educators. Could you tell me when we anticipate that first cohort to be completed?
It would vary, Senator. We have some paraprofessionals that already have degrees that would just be working on concentrated educational courses. So it varies by participant, but I could get that data to you.
Yes, and in a training course, which I think would be evident, are they doing, help me, Dr. Jorgen, on the job training?
Yes, so part of the design of these, this cohort is for them to be able to have on-the-job training in their respective schools. We also have mentors for them, which would be that person that they could work with, especially when they're doing their coursework. So it's a different structure, but they definitely will get the on-the-job at their respective sites.
To the best of your memory, could you tell me how many paraprofessionals is in the first cohort?
20.
20? And how much do you have lined up? You said yes, you have probably.
So there's another 20 waiting.
Another 20.
3 minutes.
Good.
For the next cohort.
And we do have funding for this.
So we applied for a grant through the Department of Labor. Workforce Development Board is going to also give us some funding, as well as the Department of Labor as well. So yes.
All right, Commissioner, help me out here. In your St. Thomas district, who is the superintendent?
In my St. Thomas district?
That's mine.
Oh, that lovely gentleman across there, Dr. Stefan Jorgen.
And who's your two deputy?
The deputies are Astrid Hippolyte and Dr. Simra D. Brown Gums.
Good. In St. Croix?
In St. Croix, we have the superintendent is Dr. Carla Bastian Knight, and the deputy superintendents are Andrea Schillenford and Jessica John Baptiste.
Okay, I think we're going to show their pictures off a little bit, showcase, so the people could know who they are, right?
Okay.
What happened to the former superintendent in St. Croix?
The former superintendent was relieved of her duties because she did not align with just where we were taking the department.
Thank you. So she's not in the department anymore?
No, Senator.
Thank you. I want to shift to the two superintendents in both districts, if I may. Dr. Jorgen, every year we get in here, we talk about school readiness, and we focus a lot on school maintenance. I want to know, in your district, how we plan to move the achievement mark forward, please.
Thank you for that question, Senator Lewis. In this district, we've taken some time to look at our data and see exactly where our children are deficient. And so coming into this new school year, we are providing interventions in grades K through 12 for all, for ELA and mathematics. And what that is going to do is allow us to move from a whole group approach to really breaking down our students into tiers based on, how many years behind they are in school, and we'll be able to provide specific interventions to address the areas of deficiency. So that's going to be a big thing for us.
I would like to hear from the St. Croix superintendent, but I also like to understand as well, too, do we have the necessary resources in place for the teachers, the paraprofessionals, the principals to execute this achievement?
Senator Lewis, we have more than enough
30
resources
seconds.
in both districts.
Senator,
Bashford Knight,
Bashford.
Superintendent, St. Croix District. I agree that we have the resources in place. The commissioner gave us her agenda, and we funneled our federal grants to cater to the needs of the schools, the administrators. So like Dr. Jurgen mentioned, we'll have the MTSS rollout territory-wide. Our school leadership teams will receive the individual coaching needed to become great instructional leaders in their buildings. So they're monitoring instruction, monitoring data, having those necessary talks with their teachers to move the achievement needle.
Mr. Chairman, if I just wrap up this point here, please.
Go ahead.
Dr. Bashford, I just illustrate to the community, or Dr. Jorgen, what does the MTSS rollout would look like? Tell me what, I as a parent coming in and you telling me about this, new tool, new mechanism we're utilizing in the schools, what would that look like?
So it's not new. It came under a previous name, RTI, Response to Intervention, where we focus on strengthening our Tier 1 instruction, where we have our Tier 1, but based on your Tier 1 or testing data, you're able to decide whether you moved your students to the Tier 2, the Tier 3, which is the most intensive support system that you can receive your instruction in. So it's not new, it's just under a new name, and it comes with the coaching. So those teachers who are new to the district will actually receive the coaching, the support, and the resources to make sure it's executed with fidelity this time when we're executing it.
Thank you. I'll come back in another round because I really want to delve in more on the day-to-day operations in schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lewis. Did RTI work before?
I would say it worked when it was done with fidelity.
Okay, so why was it not done with fidelity?
Resources varied.
Monitoring.
Correct. School leadership differed in our new approach.
Okay, so hold up there, because I read everything, and everything really sounded good. But the key is always how you manage or you hold individuals accountable for what you propose to do. And I think that has been totally the breakdown. And for whatever reason, you're not holding administrators to a certain level in terms of what the expectations are for them in running the school. And if that doesn't change, it doesn't make a difference what you have on paper. We're going to have the same result. It's not done with fidelity, so you could never see the true result or make a determination as to whether or not it has truly impacted the students. So I'm hoping this school year that you have had that serious meeting with school administrators about their role. Mm-hmm. School administrators are responsible for their school, for everything in their school. So as we go along, I'll continue to concentrate more on that. Before I go to the next senator, I just want to say a lot of times education is so large and we have so many issues that, sometimes we just can't see the positive and we see just a lot of the negative. But there's always a lot of positive along with the negative. And I just want to say that I am really thankful in reference to John H. Woodson AC unit in the library getting fixed, because that's a concern that we had when we came on in February. We had a meeting with the librarian said almost 4 years, 3 to 4 years, she has not had a working AC in the library. And we made the calls, called the commissioner, called Craig Benjamin. We need to get this done. And it's being installed as we speak. They were cleaning the area for mold, the ducts and everything else. So that's a great accomplishment in terms of Woodson School and getting that done. So thank you to I think it's Jolly Green that did the contract?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so thanks to Jolly Green, and thank you guys for getting that done. Next we just done. Make it very specific. You're a farm educator, so I have to keep you.
Yes. Commissioner, I must say to you and Mr. Benjamin, thank you for Bowski for the sped classroom, addressing that need. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, and you can elaborate on that a little more afterward. Let's go to Senator Carla Joseph. You're recognized.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day again to everyone and the hardworking people at the Department of Education, as well as the Bureau of Construction and Maintenance, also the department, well, the Board of Education. I really appreciate all the hard work all of you do. You are the biggest and the largest department. We have your capital, human beings, as well as your funding far exceeds some nations, independent nations. So you have a lot of responsibility. And as a wise man once indicated to me, and this is his saying, and he may have borrowed it for somebody, but I'm going to borrow it from him. He said, education is the greatest equalizer. Yes. Many of us would not be in the seats we're sitting in today if we were not receptive to receiving the education. So I am grateful, and especially that I am a product of the public education system. Now, I wanted to let's go with what is critical in my eyes, is to make sure that we have sufficient teachers to prepare our young people to take over. That's it, to take over. Now, I did a quick comparative analysis based on your presentation last year, which was on September 9th of 2024, and this year. And I noted, Commissioner, that you had 46 vacancies, and now this year you have 51. And you're seeing an upswing with the amount of vacancies. What can we do in collaboration with the board? I mean, you already have the cohort with your pre-apprenticeship, your apprenticeship program, and I know this is the first time you're putting it in place, but it looks as though we need to really move it further in gear to really get young people, especially in the high school levels, interested in education. This year from the university, we only had, in the St. Thomas campus, we only had 2 persons who graduated with education degrees. What is the strategy?
So, great question, Senator. We are working with the Korean Technical Education Division, as well as the policy advisor for the governor, to create a track within our high schools. So we have laid out a preliminary outline of what that would look like, but presenting a track that actually begins exploration in 8th grade. And then when they get to high school, they get a track where they will get, by the time they complete their high school career, they would have enough credits to have an associate's degree and then move into a teaching degree.
3 minutes. When are you planning to launch that?
So that wouldn't be launched until next school year. We're working on putting everything together now, and also making sure, as we work on the technical college piece, making sure that we have opportunities for our students to get the credit hours that they need for them to move into earning a bachelor's degree.
Okay, I do know of some young people who attend Ivana Udorakan High School who are interested in the teaching track. I'm going to tell you.
Okay.
They're in 12th grade. Yes, one is interested in entering math is her proficiency, and she's interested in. Now, Mr. Benjamin, regarding one of the schools that you know is at my heart, Jess in St. John, where we would fixing and repairing the walkways and the AC units. Because I know, just give me the deadline of when you have your project completed. That's all I want to know. When with the project, because your people are out there, but when is it going to be done?
Okay. I'll pass that on to my assistant director, Paul Harrigan. He's the project manager.
Mr. Harrigan, kindly take us away.
Senator Joseph, I don't have a date of when that'll be completed, but right now, I think the project was awarded to, I think it's JMP Construction. So,
JMB?
Yeah, I believe so. So,
JMP.
but after
JMP.
JMP.
J&P Construction?
Yes.
Okay, and question, is that for the AC units? Which one is taking care of it? That's just for the walkways and to paint them, correct?
Yes.
And then who is dealing with the AC units?
We just received 3 quotes for the AC units, and we sent out the JL this morning.
Okay.
So we are waiting a PO.
The St. John is the smallest of us.
1 minute.
And I suspect that we need to work very, very urgently with St. John, Okay, they're isolated over there. And so, because they are very much isolated, further than we are, because we could go all over the place and get stuff. You have to take all of your supplies and your staff to St. John. It needs to be a higher priority. They've been suffering there for years. I know you just came on board, but let's try to make it a priority. I just want to close out and saying thank you so much for affording us the walkthrough. Board of Education, I wanted to ask you, are you in constant communication with the Bureau regarding all of these deficiencies that you listed, and who is your point of contact? Ms. Cassius?
Ms. Emanuela Perez Cassius. We are in contact with the Bureau at their leadership, at their guidance, and our representative are the individuals who serve on our curriculum instruction committee. So Member Hendricks right now, who's next to me, is sitting on the current panel.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I just want to wrap up because I need to get
Go ahead.
you to have Ms. Perez Cassius, who is your POC with the Bureau. You guys supposed to have someone that you could go to, at least I think that's a part of a structure that you can go to and indicate to them, these are the things that you see, where are we with that? Who are you communicating? Point of contact with the Bureau of Maintenance and Construction. Who is that?
Emanuela Perez, Virgin Islands Board of Education. Member Winona Hendricks sits as the chair of the committee that works with the Bureau of Construction.
Mr. Chairman, is Member Winona Hendricks there so we could find out who is her point of contact? She needs to have a point of contact.
They said Member Hendricks?
Yes, good afternoon.
A pleasant good afternoon, Ms. Hendricks. How are you doing?
Good afternoon. As chair of the Curriculum Instruction and Learning Environment Committee, I make contact with Ms. Bellot, who provides the communication to the CEO, Mr. Benjamin. We either establish a meeting or establish concerns. The information that's in the report was an internal report that I shared with my members based on our walkthrough from July 1st through, I believe, August 5th. The internal report is sent forward so that the entire board, we are 4 members on the panelists, but there are 9 members on the board. So we have to send it forward so that the full board is aware of it. Therefore, when we're finished and it is approved, the information goes forward to the Bureau. So I am the contact, I do the reports, it goes forward to the entire board, and then it is forwarded to the Bureau, which is headed by Mr. Benjamin.
Okay, thank you so much. I understand that Ms. Bellot is your point of contact. Thank you so kindly.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Mr. Benjamin, or in reference to Hogland and your testimony, by Mr. Harrigan. You mentioned that Hogland was awaiting payment, but I know that Hogland has already received, some payment. So you haven't had a conversation with Hogland that the money's in the pipeline, they need to return now and not continue to wait. We started to pay them. Have you had a conversation with Hogland in reference to you have begun to receive payment and we need you to complete the work on all of the remaining schools?
Okay. I would refer that over to Dr. Myers. She's a CFO. She's the point of contact.
And speaking to the mic, Dr. Myers, have you had a conversation with Hogland?
So we did have a conversation with Hagland, trying to encourage them to move forward. You can't hear me? Yes, so we did have a conversation with Hagland. However, they were steadfast with stating that they would like to proceed with getting some payment before they could move forward with anything else.
But they did receive some payment.
They did receive some payment in the first.
Okay, so stop there. So I'm speaking to these contracts that Hogland has that is going to be paid with ARPA funds. In order for them to get paid, they need to complete the work so that the commissioner could draw down the line of credit and then get reimbursed from the federal government. So if they stretch it out, where they're waiting, we don't know when the word is going to come down that the ARPA funds are no longer going to be allowed to be utilized. So it is in their best interest to make sure that the work is done, or those generators that they have in the ground that cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, if those monies are pulled back, I don't know where they're going to get paid from. So that message is really to Hogland. If you're smart, you're going to complete all the work right now so that the next wave of invoices can be submitted on your behalf. If you're going to wait, this body don't have the funding, especially for funds that are available for use. So Hogland, all the others that have it, you need to complete the work so that you could get paid. You drew down the first tranche, which was $4.7 million.
Yes, Senator.
And you began to receive the federal reimbursement.
So I'll let D.C. Harris respond to that.
Good afternoon, Senator Hasina Harris. Yes, we were able to receive the $4.7 million from the federal government. Those funds were received and confirmed by the third-party fiduciary who is working on the transfer to reimburse the government of the Virgin Islands.
So you already received all 4.7?
Correct.
Okay, that's excellent. So you're starting the next 4.7 now?
Yes, we have a process flow in place to institute another drawdown of another portion of payments for the $5 million.
And how much in invoices, Mr. Benjamin, have you submitted to the Department of Education that's completed under ARPA funding for payment?
I defer that to the CFO.
I'm speaking to the mic.
I defer that to the CFO, Dr. Myers.
Good afternoon, Dr. Myers, CFO. Just give me 1 minute and I'll pull the total.
No, I'm going to go to the next senator and then I'll come back to you, okay? You wanted to say something, Commissioner?
Right. Yes, if I may, Senator. The team has already started to work on processing the next tranche of payments. I believe it's about $5.4 million that's ready to go. The questionable payment for Hagland for the generator is being held.
Oh, there was a questionable payment.
Not questionable. The payment is in question. By the third party, we have to go do some justification on that before that payment is released. But that's the big payment that Hagland is waiting for.
Okay, I think I know what it is, but I wouldn't say what it is. Senator Johnson, point of information.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And my point of information is how much money is owed to Hagland. Because if according to how much you owe a company, they're not going to just continue going because you got money you say coming. Some people just ain't going to take the chance with the government and continue putting out that resource out there. So I'd like to know what's owed to Hagland at this time.
$1.3 million.
That answered my question.
Yes.
You owe me $1 million, you could tell me you get $10 million. Me doing the work for you, no? I'm telling you. You could tell me you got $10 million in your pocket. You owe me $1 million, and I'm going to continue working. It don't work like that. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Gittins, you recognize your time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all. In some areas, it seems like we're making progress, but there's still much work to be done. So, two areas I know I was looking at before were the libraries and the band rooms. So I'm happy to hear the chair just gave credit to Woodson School, I believe it was, with the AC being working now operable in the library. What is the status of the band rooms?
Director Benjamin?
All right. I would defer that over to Mr. Milligan.
I'll have to get back to you on that, Senator.
I ain't gonna frustrate me today, you know. Really and truly. AC Soames, you said that there was extensive site inspections by the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance DPNR, Department of Health and Fire Service, that they visited all schools, and the preparedness and readiness was fair, correct?
Yes, sir.
When you spoke to that, were you speaking of all schools throughout the territory or one district?
No, they visited all schools throughout the territory from St. John to St. Croix, and I'm speaking territory-wide.
So this was territory-wide.
Yes.
Are these inspection certificates posted within the respective kitchens?
No, I do not believe so, because the inspections are specific to, for example, the Department of Health will check equipment. They will check things like grease traps and what have you. So what happens is after the inspections, they communicate to the department what the deficiencies were by division, whether it's...
So I know what's supposed to happen, but I'm talking about the inspection certificates. Are they posted? Last I saw was expired certificates. So since this extensive inspection that rendered the schools fair, are these inspections now inspection certificates that is posted within the respective kitchens?
I do not believe they're posted at this time. We'll follow up on that.
So can I get a timeline as to when y'all will ensure that these certificates are posted?
3 minutes.
We will follow up with the inspecting departments, the permitting departments, and have that done before the end of September, sir.
So you have your
health permit
kitchen manager here with you, correct?
We have, yes, Mr. Gums on St. Croix and Ms. Bowery on St. Thomas.
So I want to hear you saying you're going to give directives to find this information out by this afternoon.
We will do so, sir.
You know, I mean, we need to get things moving. Now, on page 37, and I haven't even gone to anything that I really looked at before. This is going based on your testimony today. Page 37, you spoke to school violence comprehensive plan. The chart speaks to student discipline policy levels 3 and 4 infractions resulting in suspensions. What do those numbers represent? The numbers, is that the number of incidents or number of students?
That is the number of suspensions at level 3 and 4, yes.
So it will be the number of students.
Well,
And
you could
does
have
it-
one student committing several infractions, so it represents the number of suspensions, not necessarily the number of students.
Okay, does it represent fights or inclusive of all infractions?
It is inclusive of all level 3 and level 4, substance abuse, tobacco possession, fighting, inciting and
30
rioting,
seconds.
those type of infractions.
So, and how many school days are there?
180, sir.
So 180. And so I'm looking at the highest, Ivana Yudoraken with 134. That's almost an infraction every day.
Yes.
What's the attendance rate like
1 minute.
at each level? K through 8 and high school per district. Do we have that?
I'm sorry, if you could, the attendance rate?
The attendance, yeah. What's the attendance like? Where do you see a problem?
Most of the attendance issues are surprisingly at elementary schools, pre-K through 3rd, because those students can't dress themselves, they can't feed themselves, they can't transport themselves. By the time we get into the high school, probably with the
30
exception of 9th
seconds.
grade, we're seeing increased attendance because they're seeing the end of the tunnel, they're coming to school, they know they're going to be graduating.
So especially seeing that at the lower level, are there any interagency meetings going on with the Department of Education and the Department of Human Services and even possibly the Department of Justice to ensure that we hold these parents accountable?
Yes, we have had
Time.
meetings with the Department of Human Services and Justice to look at the compulsory attendance law. Senator Bolquez, I believe, is presenting legislation that addresses changes to the compulsory school attendance. And so we've been meeting at the DHS end. It has been meetings with AC Carla Benjamin, and I cannot recall the name of the attorney from the Department of Justice, but we have met on several occasions to look at that law and make recommendations for change.
Thank you. Time was called, Mr. Chair, but can I ask just one question of the Bureau of School?
Proceed.
Okay. So, Mr. Benjamin, outside of the number of managers you have, what's the current staffing level for maintenance crews in both districts? Please don't tell me you're passing it again.
I'm passing it to Dr. Myers.
Good afternoon, Dr. Myers, CFO. So we have we have 18 maintenance staff members in the St. Thomas St. John district.
And 11 in...
And 27 maintenance staff members on St. Croix.
And so with the 18 in the St. Thomas St. John district, and 20 what, you said, on St. Croix? 27.
Yes.
How many schools are you covering per district?
11.
How many public schools on St. Croix? How many public schools on St. Thomas?
11.
It's about 11 in each district.
Say that again?
11 in each district.
Okay, thank you. See, that's how I want y'all to respond, man. I know y'all have the answers, you know. Thank you,
Thank you,
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. The Commissioner, attendance counselors, we don't have attendance counselors in the schools?
Yes, we do, Senator.
How many do we have?
I will have to refer that to the district, Dr. Bastian Knight.
Bastian Knight, Superintendent St. Croix District. We have a total of 6 attendance counselors. We do have itinerant attendance counselors, so they share campuses.
So 6 in St. Croix, how much in St. Thomas?
We have 6 in the St. Croix, St. Thomas St. John district also.
Do they do home visits?
Yes.
Yes, they do, Senator.
And you're not seeing any improvement in attendance when they visit these homes and they speak to the parent?
Bastian Knight, Superintendent St. Croix District, we do have our challenges still, even when we make those home visits, and that's where we tap into human services, and they're able to then go out back to those same households and address them from their agency.
The first child neglect case that we filed, the human services for not sending the children to school, then you'll see an improvement, because human services need to step up. If you refer the information to human services and you have a kindergarten student who hasn't been to school for 4 weeks, or you have kindergarten students that probably haven't reported up to now, correct?
We do, Senator.
So that's neglect. That's child neglect. And we really need to get serious about those type of cases where we're going to mandate that it's not okay for you to leave your child home. Because then it comes back in education because we see it in the test score. And you can't teach who isn't there. So that's a big issue that we need to coordinate. We'll see how we can have some type of coordination between human services and education. Point of information, Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In regards to colleague before's question, how many schools we have per district? 11 and 11?
Correct.
22 schools total?
Operating.
Yes. That's it?
Yes.
Okay.
Operating.
I just want to make sure. Thank you.
There's been a severe decrease from 15, 20 years ago. Okay, there was way more schools. Senator Gittins, quickly point.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So to your question to the superintendents, you said you have 6 attendance counselors that conducts home visits, correct?
Yes, Senator.
Are they doing this, have any of these home visits been in conjunction with the police department?
Yes, sir.
Whether it's School Security Bureau or the Youth Investigation Bureau?
Yes.
And I ask this because the chairman just used the proper term of parental neglect. And when I was a juvenile detective, the chairman and I tag team when he was assistant principal and then principal. And what I ensured was that especially those students where you can't get the parents to come to school and you send home a note, we started saying, you know what, when you send these parental notes home, CC a copy to the Youth Investigation Bureau. And if I saw 3 that they couldn't get a parent to come in, I was taking the information to the AG's office to file for a warrant for this parent, because again, it is considered parental neglect. They have a responsibility to get these children to school, and we're talking about the lower end now. We need to start looking closely into this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and it worked. Before I go to Senator Frankie Johnson, videos, alarming videos, first day of school at Charlotte Amali, fight with a large group of students. It seemed like they were even attempting to fight the monitor. And then a couple days after a fight in some surrounding neighborhood with Eudora Kent students, literally a gang fight, 10, 12 individuals. Were those students, were they suspended? I hope that you sent a strong message. So I want to know from the St. Thomas District. Were those students dealt with and not given a pat on the back and sent back to class?
We're not giving students a pat on the back, Senator. Those students were suspended and awaiting a hearing at the district office.
So you move up today?
Yes.
Okay, good. For both schools?
Both schools, yes.
So you consider once they're in school uniform and they're leaving school, they're still under the purview of the Department of Education?
Traveling to school or leaving school.
So say it again so our parents can understand.
Students that are leaving home and traveling to school and students that are in school and going back home are still the responsibility of the Virgin Islands Department of Education. And so when they act in a way that isn't fitting of a student fighting and carrying on with students or citizens, it is liable for up to a 10-day suspension, and you can also be disciplined at the district level. And we have a whole intervention team now where we put some other things in there so that they're just not at home for the 10 days, but they also have to do something while they're out and then show proof that they have engaged in counseling or community service before they come back.
Same for St. Croix?
Same for the St. Croix district.
Senator Frankie Johnson, you're recognized.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers. And good afternoon to the viewing and listening audience. Commissioner, when you started out today, a couple things that you said stood out to me.
Mm-hmm.
And I look at the amount of folks that can retire.
Mm-hmm.
And then one of your statements, you say, people are retiring today for today. And that's the scary one. What I say that when somebody retire today for today, it's frustration.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. I retired today for today, so I could tell you. It's frustration. Trust me, people just can't tolerate something no more. And it's important that we try to get to the bottom of what these problems are, because you can then sometimes have folks that were willing to go a little farther for you. If my agency had done that, I probably would have worked the next 20 years. It didn't happen. So I would urge you that those folks that are on that list that can go home, start having some conversation with them. Some real serious conversation, asking them what it's going to take for us to hold on to you, keep you a little longer, because it is very important. When you're talking about your list of teachers are, 73 or something like that, vacant, that's some serious numbers. Your nurses situation, what are we vacating from having nurses in the school?
Absolutely not, Senator.
Your numbers are alarming too.
Yeah, those are alarming as well. I will have AC Som speak on our work that we've been doing as a result of Senator Gittins' bill.
But before you do that, I want to know how many schools don't have a nurse?
Superintendent?
In the St. Croix district, we have 7 nurses currently. I just interviewed earlier this week, so I just signed the scorecard for 2. So that would only put maybe 1 school or maybe 2 without nurses, but we do have itinerant.
You said you have 11 schools in each
Correct,
district,
but
yeah.
adult education and those other alternative ed or campuses that are also listed in our school count. But we do have itinerant nurses where we have nurses share campuses. And those schools that have severe needs are the ones that, because of our challenges, are where the nurses are placed.
Share campus is not good for me because you're talking about somebody trying to get to that school where there's a problem, also being responsible for their school. It doesn't fit for me. And I understand why you're doing it, but it's not acceptable.
In the St. Thomas St. John district, we have 6 nurses. 6 nursing vacancies.
Oh.
And we do have some, itinerant nurses, but we recently had an interview with a nurse, hired her, and then she declined.
All right. Thank you very much. I need to get to maintenance, and I must say that because you heard the tale of 2 stories. I heard your testimony, and I also heard the board testimony. So it's a tale of 2 different stories. But my biggest concern is kitchens. And I think Claudio School been without a kitchen for probably maybe 7, 8 years now.
Mm-hmm.
My question to you is, how many schools total don't have an operating kitchen?
From my knowledge, it's the 2 schools that we currently have the projects under the ARPA.
And what are those 2 schools?
That's Claudio Marco and Earle Rivera.
And the reason why I asked you that, I want Avery to know the reason why we ain't cooking.
But he's not.
Not that we can't cook.
He in here.
Yeah, but trust me, he hearing. Not that we can't cook, because we're good cooks. But if you don't have a kitchen with your tools and utensils, you can't cook. And that is unacceptable.
Mm-hmm.
We know we got those things, but that is unacceptable. This is going on a little too long.
I agree.
And every time we talk, we have a time frame. So what is the time frame now for these schools to be able to have these kitchens in full compliance and operating?
Well, we are engaging the contracts for the one school, which is Earle Rivera. The contractor, the new contractor will have to accelerate the completion of that school, which is, it doesn't require a whole lot to be completed.
But they can only work on the weekend, right?
Yes, that's what we require of
1
them.
minute.
So they will agree. And also, Claudio Marco, that's going to be accelerated as well.
Still didn't answer my question. I like to hear a time frame. I want to hear the school kitchen gonna finish on such a date.
Okay.
Senator, that is forthcoming. We're actually engaging in a contract right now. We're writing a scope with the contractor, so
30
we will
seconds.
have that information for you.
You know, that's unacceptable for me, because this has been going on a little too long.
Yeah, well, we just got the green light.
We're here today, but today in the first day. And today in the first time we're having this conversation about Claudio Marco School especially. It's not. So every time that we talk, we're not getting any place.
Right. Well, reason for that is today we have the funding in place to get that done. Before the funding wasn't there. Remember, it's an ARPA project.
Don't need to get vexed today, because I ain't getting a place with it right now. Been quite some time. Mm-hmm. And I sure hope before the schools get deep down into the semester, Claudio Marco and is Earle Rivera?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Will have a kitchen operating. I sure hope that, so that these children don't have to have meal transporting from one school to the next, because that's not a hot meal all the time. You try your best, but it's a difference walking through that line, picking what you want to eat, versus having to have a plate done poured out for you. We just can't continue doing this.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. So Claudio Marco, from the original start of the construction, was supposed to be paid with ARPA funds?
Yes, Senator.
And Earle Rivera?
Yes.
And that is part of the unobligated funds?
Yes, it is.
So you said you had 30, no, in the unliquidated funds.
Yes, yes.
That's part of the unliquidated, sorry, wrong word. So was that the reason why the contractor stopped, because they weren't getting paid?
Mr. Benjamin and his team would have to answer that, Senator. I don't know why the contractor stopped.
Why did the contractor stop doing work?
I will have to defer that question to the original project manager, who's not here today.
Who's that?
Mr. Kwame Garcia.
Well, he will never be here. He doesn't work for the...
He works for us again.
Okay, last week he wasn't working for the department, so he working with the department this week?
Yes, he is.
So, Mr. Kwame Garcia, if he has that leadership position, he needs to come to the well. So wherever he is, he needs to come. So that we need information on St. Croix without it being deferred. Okay, there's a number of St. Croix senators here, and their constituents are just plainly asking them the questions and they want answers. Superintendent Basham.
So, because I'm familiar with their projects, the Claudio Marco Kitchen is a fully funded art renovation project. They experienced several change orders and they extended the whole process. The Grove School, the Eulalia Rivera project was on track to be completed. However, we encountered the stolen equipment. From my understanding, we had a community partner that agreed to replace what was stolen from us. I don't have an update from that point if we have ever received those items, but the funding for the projects are there to be completed. I don't have any update since the equipment has been stolen and then replaced by that community partner.
Okay, so talking on behalf of the community partner, the replacement equipment is here. He is holding on to it until the appropriate time to have them installed. The installation will be done once the contractor gets in there and complete the work that needs to be done, and then the installation would occur.
What needs to be done?
There's some, the electrical needs to be completed, I do believe, and the tiling needs to be completed. I think the grouting and ceiling tiles.
There are holes in the tile going in as you look into the kitchen.
Well, that happened after the theft occurred. Someone drove
No, he did
heavy.
not. No, he did not.
Yeah, those are new tiles that were installed. I myself was on the site after this thing occurred and before.
And I was at the site before the theft, and the holes were in the tile. The holes were there when supplies were placed in the kitchen for the Department of Education, and when they're moving those pallets in, the holes occurred.
The holes in the tiles that were placed when Department of Education was placing items into the cafeteria, but on towards the stage area, that's in a different location.
Okay,
that was there before. We're talking about the tiles in the kitchen.
Okay.
Those are brand new tiles that were installed before the theft occurred. When the theft occurred, they drove a heavy forklift or something in there as well, and it damaged the tiles when they were taking out the equipment and going with it.
So
Two different areas.
No. So you're saying that the thieves put a forklift on a truck, opened the gate, opened the door, drove the forklift into the kitchen.
The type of forklift is not the one that you drive on. It's the pallet jack. You can have those with the motors as well. So whichever one they use, the one with whether it was a motorized or non-motorized.
Okay, I'm not going to belabor the point, but there was a problem with the tiles before that. And you want me to tell you why I know? Because when we visited the school, they had actually jackhammered all the tiles to remove it without removing the kitchen equipment.
Yes.
So everything was in the tiles. So ain't no pallet come in afterward. The tiles were not done right. The contractor was told he had to redo it. The contractor started the process of redoing it, didn't cover the equipment, everything was all over, and then shortly after, the equipment disappeared.
Yes.
Okay.
So the new tiles that he installed got damaged.
I'm going to let you get on the same line, because then next is going to be Senator DeGraff. You said you re-engage the incumbent contractor at Claudio Marco. What is re-engage? He already had a scope of work as to what he needed to complete. He got the extension for the freezers, etc. What is re-engage now? You just complete what you're supposed to do.
Chairman, the contract expired.
Put your name on the record.
Paul Harrigan, Assistant Director of Maintenance. The contract between the Board of BIDE and DVD expired. So therefore, we had to re-engage him, and also the fund he was receiving, waiting receiving payment. Therefore, we had to contact him, ask him what remaining scope was left. He indicated to us that stainless steel tables had to be installed, and the kitchen sinks had to be installed. And I think it was some other minor things. So therefore, what we have done is ask him to provide, ask Kwame Garcia to provide a scope of work, re-engage him, create a new contract, and basically start the job again. That's for Claudio Marco.
Mr. Garcia just came on this weekend.
No, he was there for about two and a half weeks.
2.5, yeah.
And how long ago you know about this problem with Claudio Marco?
Well, we didn't have the funding, so.
Senator Johnson and then Senator DeGraff.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I really want to go back to that conversation about the tiles. Because when we went into that school and we saw the tiles and we saw how they were cracked, it's very clear that the contractor that put those tiles down did not do proper work. You can't put the mud to the corners of the tile. You have to have mud in the entire floor so that the tile don't have a hollow spot. And the reason why I'm explaining all of this, what have we done with that contractor as far as taking him to court or making him take the tiles up and do them over? Because it's clear, all of those tiles going to eventually break. Just the human weight going to break those tiles because they are hollow.
Okay, in reference to Craig Benjamin, in reference to taking him to court, we have not taken him to court. What we have done, we have terminated any work with him in that kitchen, and we are now soliciting a new contractor.
So did you pay him for those tiles that he put down?
No, we didn't.
Correct. Well then, are you engaged with a contractor to pay what you was to pay him to fix those tiles properly? The tiles are going to break, all of them going to break. Accept it or not. Every last one of them going to break because the job was done incorrectly.
Right.
So what are we going to do? Walk in with more equipment and break them up again, and you can't utilize your kitchen?
No, we have to run a test on that particular floor and determine if all the tiles were placed like that. And that's easy to do.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Senator Blyden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Benjamin, good afternoon. Mr. Benjamin, good afternoon. Do you have a project manager, and if you don't, who actually checks up or look into it, contractor doing certain work? Because I'm sure when it comes to kitchen, etc., there's some things have to be done in order to assure that the work is done properly. Do you have a project manager?
Yes, we do. In terms of how the work is performed, with the project manager, his duty, first of all, he presents the contractor with a scope of work. And in that scope of work, you have the specifications for how everything should be done. That contractor has to do his due diligence by inspecting each phase of the project to ensure that we are getting the best quality for our money. And at the end of the project, he then signs off that all requirements are met. If the requirements are not met, the final payment is not dispersed until that is completed.
Well, I'll put that on a project manager because that's their job. They need to make sure and assure that they're doing what needs to be done on behalf of the government. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. Mr. Benjamin, you mentioned about abandoned projects. in one of your testimony, there was an abandoned project. What was done to that person who abandoned a project?
I don't recall the abandoned
No?
project.
Okay,
No,
well,
sir.
you could check. I can look for it after,
Yeah.
but I don't have it with me. Okay. What I would like to see, through the chair, I'm requesting what we call more of a matrix, or what do you call it? A spreadsheet in terms of where your projects are, your existing projects, date, contractor, cost, time frames, projected time frames, actual time frames. I would like to see that done and sent through the chair by no later than the end of September 2025, please. And it should entail what you have to deal with, so you can pull out and you read it off. That's the progress or the direction. Take your department, your entity. 2, in the military we had what we call, in my time, a PMCS. You know how when you're renting a car, they give you that sheet of a car, right fender, left fender. Do a checklist, a preventative maintenance checklist that you distribute through, I guess, electronic system. I'm old school. I take a paper to you, you hand it back to me, we address it. Develop a process that the schools system have. You walk out a project where you have for color maintenance and different things. It sounds fine, but I'm saying now, we in school now. Ain't no more getting ready for school. That's the only thing I here to tell you. I ain't here to beat you up. I'm here to support you. But I'm saying now, we've been dancing and dancing and dancing. You've been mashing my feet left and right. We in school now. Do that for me, okay? I want a matrix or a complete spreadsheet, right down to a washer. If you gotta get a washer to put something, when it'll be put on, what kind of washer, lock washer, flat washer. Write down the list, get a spreadsheet, and send it to the chair for us per school, per event, time frames. That's what I would like, please.
Gotcha.
The generators for all the schools, are the generators operational?
Not at this moment, sir. They're waiting for the transfer switches to be installed. The transfer switches have to come from off island.
3 minutes.
Are you aware that one hurricane done pass us?
Yes, sir. We're at the mercy
Are
of the
you aware
manufacturer.
that we are in November 30th of this year, ends hurricane season? Are you aware that we're under a heat wave right now?
Yes, sir.
That shows you where they're going to come. But we're blessed. Do you have a hurricane plan?
Yes, we do.
Do you know all your employees who are supposed to respond to the schools from
Yes, we do.
You know where they live?
Yes, we do.
Good. So find, if you got to do a little strip map as to how people can find them, if you got to send police out to bring a maintenance guy to go walk in a school, because your school's going to become what?
Shelters.
Exactly. Okay. Good. Commissioner, good afternoon. And again, Executive Director, good afternoon to you. Commissioner, Udorican School has an issue with the phones for a while. A while meaning over a year. 2 years. They have VoIP phones, voice over IP phones. You have a new gentleman in charge of IT system. He said he had no knowledge of it. I spoke to him. We working on some stuff. But I'm saying VoIP phones, phones are going to work over the internet.
Correct.
So when the school is in session, you basically can't contact the school. They're having this problem, they stated, for years. I would like that addressed. Communication is the key. We have to have that addressed. Freezers. Udorican School has a walk-in freezer that does not work for years. Udorican School cooks food from their kitchen for other schools. They have a big
1 minute.
30 cubic foot freezer or something. I spoke with one of these businesses, and we're trying to work out where the principal would send a letter. We try and get at least a 15 cubic foot donated for that, because food is being spoiled and thrown away. And at worst, we don't want anybody to get sick. That needs to be addressed. Internet. The internet system can't be a debacle for
30
confusion
seconds.
the first day of school or in schools. You have to have a backup plan. You know, I took my granddaughters to school. They were so excited. I'm so excited about school now. I'm going to spend time in classroom with them. I'm going to monitor them because they come down here bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, and they're happy. So I'm happy with them too. So again, I ain't knocking. I don't knock an entity who educating the future of the world. I don't do that. It don't make sense to me. But I'm just saying now.
Time.
It's in closing, Mr. Chair. This school year, do you have the alpha males? Everybody should know what alpha male is. An alpha male is these young boys out here. They are the future of the world, but they don't know it yet. And they're out here causing havoc. And the only way you're going to address anything in school is through those alpha males. Is there a process in place to address the alpha males in St. Thomas, in St. Croix, in St. John? Don't waste your time with calling the police and all these things. Find the alpha males, identify them, and you'll see the difference with your school going. Put them in charge of things. Don't dominate them. You can't do it. Cannot dominate somebody who cannot be dominated. So what you do, you make them a leader. Get them a part of the school system, into the system. Some you could do it, some you can't. But just in closing, do we have the alpha males addressed in school, or is that under any of your programs that you're trying to do?
Yes, it's some response.
Good afternoon, Victor Sum, the third Assistant Commissioner. So if you look at our school safety plan, mitigating school violence, one of the strategic points is youth voice through mediation and leadership. And thank you for that suggestion. We will look at that population of alpha males. I think a big part of what they need also is mentorship, so they understand the direction that they need to go in as futures, not as go in as leaders and not as misleaders. So we will incorporate reaching out, for example, to the fraternities, which have done so before, to provide mentorship to that particular population.
Good. And you could answer in the chair's time, how many school days have been missed since school has begun? School began the 13th. It's every week you hear, ain't got no school today, this school out, this school out. How many school days have been missed out of these 180 days that have to be made? So how much makeup days do we have already? Let me put it that way. What is the question? That's the question. How many makeup days of school do we have already as the school year has begun?
So, Senator, that would vary from school to school.
Okay.
We can get that to you. Dr. Basha Knight, do you have that available now?
Yes.
Okay.
Lumokol Elementary School, 2 days. District and a whole 1 day, that was this Monday, due to our threats on our campuses. And then we have this situation that we're currently dealing with, the Janich Woodson School. And all days, as discussed with the board, will be made up.
Okay, so they know in advance rather than wait till the end of the school year and have to make up them time. You answer in the chair time, so
yes,
Superintendent,
it's real
please.
quick.
Yes.
There have been no missed days in the St. Thomas St. John district. None.
Okay, sound good. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraaf. Senator Blyden, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues, listening viewing audiences, staff, Central staff. Good afternoon, Commissioner Wells-Hedrington, Director Benjamin, and all of your support team there. And thank you so much for your testimony. Number one, I want to say thank you for what you do and continue to do on behalf of our children here in the territory. I know that it's not an easy job. There's always going to be issues moving forward in terms of the schools. So I'm going to spend most of my time with Bureau of School Construction, because they are the one that's maintaining the schools. And I have a couple of questions for you, Commissioner Hedrington, right? But based on the testimony, right, I'm going to deal with the board, since they oversee the schools also, Ms. Perez. Celsius. In her testimony, she spoke to the IMPRESS funds being delayed at the Charlotte Amalie High School. But in the IMPRESS fund, were the IMPRESS funds created as a result of delays in terms of having to wait when you have emergencies, etc.? Why are there delays when it comes to IMPRESS funds?
Good question, Senator. Delays happen when there's not proper accounting and receipts at a particular site. So that's part of their requirements to make sure that any check written, there is evidence to support that check, and there wasn't. So they had to go back and forth to reconcile that account, and that payment is now at finance, and hopefully will be paid next week.
Okay, very well. Let me go back to maintenance issues, because also the Division of Environmental Health did an inspection also. And in most of the testimonies and documentation, I'm seeing leaks with the roofs, ACs not working, etc., etc., which causes mold and mildew in the schools, which creates a safety hazard. I know, Dr. Jurgen, superintendent, spoke to short of 6 nurses. Let me ask a question, because I always think differently outside of the box. Since we are so short of nurses, we have CNAs, which is certified nurses and assistants. We have LPNs, which is licensed practical nurses, etc. Can we have those implemented in the interim until or unless we find nurses? Because they do a lot. They're just not licensed to give prescriptions, etc. But they do a lot in terms of safety and looking out for the students. Why can't we implement that in the interim unless we can find nurses for the schools? What the process? Can it be done? Can it not be done? And if so, how can we do it? If not, why not?
3 minutes.
We got to be creative. I'm serious with everything we do. Speak to me.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Senator Victor Sum, the third Assistant Commissioner. So, given Act 8801, which was proposed by Senator Gittins, we are looking at creating school health technicians as well as school nurse managers. This is important because LPNs cannot work by contract and the Nurse Practice Act unless they are directly supervised by a RN. Okay. So as much as we would love to have LPNs work in our schools, they must work with a RN by the Nurse Practice Act and by the AFT contract, because nurses fall under AFT. So once we create, and we already have a job description for the school health technicians as well as the school nurse manager, it has been reviewed by Commissioner Encarnacion at the Department of Health as the act requires. We have been challenged because of many issues. We've had an opportunity to do a tremendous amount of research on this topic. We've also spoken to people out of Florida who are school health technicians. We want to get this right. We understand the urgency and the immediate need, but we want to make sure that when we do have school health technicians, we have the best people, the best licensed people at the table. We have to overcome the issues with who do school nurses and school nurse managers report to. We are working very closely with the Board of Nurse Licensure as well as the Department of Health. It has taken us some time because we want to make sure we get this right. There may need to be some amendments to Act 8801 so that it does not contradict or conflict with the Nurse Practice Act.
Yeah, very well, and you're correct in that respect. And also, let me go back to Director Benjamin in respect to
1 minute.
Accountability when it comes to your construction, main School of Bureau Construction, project manager, etc. What's there in place to assure that there's accountability? Because based on what you told me, I heard you, but where's the accountability? How can we assure that this doesn't happen moving forward? Because that's a problem, for real, because they need to be on the job. When people are doing work, you need to come through. Don't just come through and check it out, because that's what I used to do. I mean, what's the issue?
Okay.
30 seconds.
As you know, we inherited these projects. So what we did, I sit my project managers down, I tell them what I expect of them. I request of them to show accountability by reporting all their findings on each project, to keep data of what their findings are. And this way, when the project is complete and something happens down the line, we can trace and see that, hey,
Time.
where the failure occurred and why it occurred.
And in closing, Mr. Chair, I must put this on the record. I just want to talk up to my disappointment, honestly. And I really usually don't do this, but I want to speak to my disappointment because I know several years ago when I brought up the ACP program with the Department of Education and the meeting that I requested and had with the department, and what came out as a result of rolling another program, which I wanted to have Fire and Liberty included because they are local companies that's vested in this community, and it made sense to me. That's just me. Say less. Up to the last meeting we had with the Department of Education, I spoke to you, Assistant Commissioner Sum, in respect to Liberty and the $10 million project. You said you would follow up. As of today, you haven't. I met with them last week. And a matter of fact, every student in this territory who receives school lunch, to include a private school, will be eligible for a laptop to assist them with their education. But it shows me how much we really, really care for our young people, because it's not about me. I gave it to you guys from the jet. It was said that you didn't know about it, which I know. I met with you and my staff and them. I left it alone. But I still continue to follow up and follow through with Liberty, and nothing has been done to date. That's a problem. I have a problem with that personally. It's a problem. But nonetheless, we move forward. It's going to happen. They're going to do a press release, a conference, and I will be there with them because I didn't want to be part of it. I gave it to you guys, but nothing happened. That's unacceptable. These are our kids. We know how we have problems with equipment. It's free, but nothing. But we say we care. Action always speaks louder than words. That's all I have to say. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Before I go to the president, I'm just trying to get some dates again, because I don't want to go through the process and we don't be able to actually put some dates to exactly what is going to transpire. For Earle Rivera, you said that the evaluations of the bid will be completed by September 19, 2025. What is the proposed completion time for that particular contract to complete Earle Rivera Kitchen?
Chair, excuse me. Chair, we'll have to identify that because we haven't established a contract with the contractor as yet.
No, I'm asking about the contract with the contractor. You know what the scope of work is. It's some tiles, some electrical. What is the completion date to finish that work? What's the estimation after you have issued the contract as to how long it's going to take to complete the work?
You're talking in reference to Earle Rivera?
Yes.
To be honest, we have not. Garcia came on two and a half weeks ago.
Meanwhile, Garcia, this is basics.
We have not created a scope as yet for the remaining work that we have to do. So therefore, until he actually creates a scope, he has to go and assess the kitchen and see exactly what has to be finished. Look at the previous scope of work, compare it, see what has to be finished, completed, and then create a scope of work. After he creates that scope of work, then we'll be able to sit down and come up with a end date. I wouldn't have that date today, so.
Didn't Mr. Garcia work for you before?
Yes.
Didn't he work in the same exact position?
Correct.
Wasn't he over the exact same jobs or contracts to supervise for St. Croix?
Correct.
So why are you taking so long? He went back into a position that he already had. So why is it? School has started. Nobody don't want to hear the excuses in reference to Earle Rivera. It's years without a kitchen. He been there already. We acting like he's building a house. You could walk in and see what needs to be done. This is basic stuff. It should take him no longer than a day to do an assessment of the kitchen as to what needs to be done. I don't understand. Claudio Marco, you're going to re-engage the contractor. The scope hasn't changed with Claudio Marco. When is the completion date?
According to the contractor, he said it'll probably take him less than a week to finish the work that needs to be done there. But we have to, again, establish a contract with him.
So how long is it going to take to establish a contract?
We're in process.
Okay.
We have to create the scope of work, which is very minor, and then we have to do the jail, and then establish a contract with him afterward.
So how long
It's a procedure, basically, and it takes about a day to get a jail and PO done, and then after that, we have to sit down and basically create a contract with him. So in less than a week, we should be able to get all that established, and then get him to finish his work, which should take but period 2 weeks. I give it 2 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks.
So by the end of September, Claudio Marco kitchen should be completed.
Tentatively, yes, because again, we have to make sure we have all necessary equipment at the school and so forth and so forth.
The equipment is already in the kitchen.
Not equipment, but I'm talking about material. I'm not sure if all material is still there. The kitchen been closed down for a bit. We don't know what's taken up. What I'm talking about, he have to order these stainless steel tables, number one. They're not on, they're on St. Croix. And then also he have to hook up the sinks. So in reference to the special hoses I think he needs for the sinks, I'm not sure if they are actually on St. Croix also at the hardware store. So these things might have to be ordered.
I need you, Mr. Benjamin, to set timelines for your internal processes, your project manager. They need to set timeline as you need to say, I need this by this date, I need the scope by this date, I need the contract out by this date, because we can't go through a next school year and don't have those two kitchens up to date. Okay. Commissioner Woodson, I'm getting a still text. And parents are saying they understand what is going on, but they would really like a face-to-face meeting with DOE at an alternate site. It could be Alfredo Andrews, but where the parents are able to come and just ask questions, and they're just a truthful conversation, because it is what it is at this point. But they're requesting that they have an information, because the last meeting that was held virtually, a lot of them were unable to log on, a lot were unable to ask questions. So they're asking for a meeting, and they also haven't met the new principal. You have no leadership at the school, correct?
Correct, Senator.
Okay, so we need to make sure that that is done. Senator Potter, you recognize.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. A special good afternoon to the leadership from the Department of Education, Dr. Wells, as well as Executive Director Craig Benjamin, and Ms. Perez Casillas from the Board of Education. I wanted to start by asking you, I think, Commissioner Wells-Hedrington, in your testimony, it shows that 438 teachers are uncertified or have expired conditional certifications. Can you clarify how many of these teachers are subject matter experts without education training, and what portion are actively working towards provisional certification?
And that's something that we would have to get back to you, Senator. I don't have that breakdown at this moment.
Okay. For those non-education majors who are knowledgeable in their subject matter areas, and this might be between you and the Board of Education, what's the exact pathway towards provisional certification, and how long does it typically take?
I would have to ask
Ms. Casillas?
Ms. Casillas to answer that.
Ms. Casillas?
Good afternoon, Emanuela Vasquez. Asking the time period for a partial certification?
Yeah, the exact pathway, if we have for non-education majors who are knowledgeable in their specific subject matter areas, what is the exact pathway towards provisional certification, and how long does it typically take? Or is there an exact...
Provisional certifications are granted for a 3-year period. If you're asking how long it takes for them to apply, well, that depends on the individual person. You can, once you have a degree, you can apply. You submit all of the information that you do have that reaches expectations for qualifications. The board is then reviewed and makes a determination of whether or not we should grant you a provisional certification based on the classes that you've taken, the degree that you have, and the amount of time that you've spent in the field.
Okay. Thank you for your response. The report, Commissioner Wells-Hedrington, sorry.
That's okay.
The report notes that only 11 evaluations were completed in St. Thomas compared to 60 in St. Croix. What explains this disparity, and what strategies are being used to close that gap?
Superintendent Jorgen.
St. Thomas St. John District Superintendent Jurgen. Those numbers are
3
not
minutes.
completely, it's not that they're not accurate, but they're not going to stay like that because we have a process in place now where we have a cadre of school psychologists that are assisting and doing the work. So initially what we did was we used an outside vendor to be able to provide the testing. And the outside vendor was able to do the 11. We did have an RFP out for more vendors, but we didn't get any hits. So a lot of it is being done through our own EDC program, and they're using the school psychologist. So you'll see that we'll be able to get through much more of those numbers by the time we get to December.
Excellent. Glad to hear that. Now, I remember a couple years ago, maybe it's a lot more than a couple years ago, when we had this specialist in school psychology initiative, I believe, at the University of the Virgin Islands, and several DOE employees were able to take advantage of that opportunity, which really added to our in-house subject matter experts rather than us having to rely on external entities. Right. Is there a plan for us to develop some long-term strategy so that we can eliminate the over-reliance on external contractors for school psychologists support services?
All of the school psychologists from before that you're talking about in that cadre, they have all retired. And so now we have a new cadre of students that should be graduating in May. And so they will be a part of the department. We are in the process of making sure that everyone understands their stipulation in terms of how many years they need to give the department. But I think that's a light in the end of a dark tunnel, yeah.
Excellent. Glad to hear that.
1 minute.
Edie Benjamin, I wanted to ask you specifically something that's really near and dear to me personally as a graduate of Eudora Ken, as well as the sponsor of this legislation regarding the resurfacing of the Ken High Track. And I know that it was an initiative that came to me from a Crucian who was very excited about the possibilities of us having significant meets from off-island and really putting an infusion in the possibility of sports
30
tourism.
seconds.
I think we had like $2.5 million that was identified to do that project. Can you help me to understand where we are with that project and what sort of timeline? Because I think the event is slated for like next year, I believe, and you're talking about possibly 100 hotel rooms and thousands of people being here. So the potential for revenues for this territory is great. So can you tell me where we are with our project, sir?
Okay,
Time.
my project manager that is working on that project.
Is he here now?
He's here.
Okay.
He's in the well. Could I ask him to come up?
Yes. Mr. Chair?
You may proceed, Sergeant of Arms. You can sit right next to Mr. Jurgen.
It's in the matrix. Right there.
Take your time, Mr. President.
Yeah. You have it. You have to.
In the meantime, Mr. Chair, just ask one more question about
Yes, go ahead.
the AEDs in the schools. I remember when we had a major incident at the NFL level that really brought a level of consciousness about AEDs and the athletic fields and places where young people engage in sporting activities. Is this something that we have available at our schools, at our athletic facilities where our kids engage in sports? I know we're seeing a trend where younger and younger persons being afflicted with cardiac issues, and these devices, if applied quickly and correctly, the life-saving, I think it's 70, you have a 70% greater chance of surviving. Is this something that is in your wheelhouse as far as devices that we have in our schools?
Stefan Jurgen, STTJ. We do have them in all of our schools. We did purchase it through our ARP money. So we do have the AED machines in our schools.
And we have trained personnel. There's one thing to have them.
The training is ongoing. We also have done a wave of CPR and first aid.
It's good to know.
But that also has to be renewed every year.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know if you want to.
I have it.
Okay.
Put your mic.
First of all,
Talking to Mike, Mr. Bernard.
Introduce yourself.
James
Put your name on it.
Put your name on the record and pull the mic closer to you, please.
James Bernier. I'm the chief engineer for the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance. First of all, the law that was passed was only $1 million that was allocated. The 1.5 never came through from what I've gathered. I've never seen it. Additionally, when I was looking for the date, I did have a discussion with the CFO, our CFO, and she stated that she didn't have the $1 million in funding to support the project at this moment in time. So the project is at a full stop. I did notify the VITFF president on August 12th. Okay. So that's where we're at right now.
Okay.
So I can't move forward with the project.
Mr. Chair, I know my time is called. I don't want to abuse the time. I just wanted to get some, if the CFO can elaborate as to where we are with the funding. I know that we had an amendment recently this legislature for an additional $1.5 million for a total of $2.5 million.
That's what
So
we understood too, but it didn't go through.
So can we get some idea as to where it is, where we are with the money, and where we are with the project? Ms. Myers?
Good afternoon, Dr. Myers, CFO. So Mr. Bernier is right. He did come to me. We were under the impression that we did have that additional 1.5. However, we can communicate with you guys afterwards so that you guys can send us that act so that we can move forward.
Okay.
The latest, thank you so much. But to my knowledge, I got to find the act that we passed because I know that we had specific one, and I think that it did say 2.5 because
2.5.
You tried that. You and I had discussed it with the executive director, and I believe it should have been there, but it was not there, sir. It was only 1 million, and all it did is change the law to state that it was going from the Bureau to Education, and it changed a lot that says it's a bureau that's going to allocate a portion of their fees for this project, toward this project. 1 million would not get me to the end of the project for renovation of this very expensive track, by the way.
And that's specifically why we instituted the amendment. We passed the amendment for the additional 1.5 for a total of $2.5 million.
If you could.
Okay, we're going to revisit and pull it up and see exactly what was passed and what we need to do to correct that issue because it was the intent to be able to fund a particular project so we could have international events.
But we don't have, the Bureau doesn't have $1 million in its coffers to take care of it. So we really need not just 1.5.
You need 2.5.
Correct.
Okay.
And then it's holistically possible to get it done.
Okay, and we will see if we can get the bill and take a look at it now. Quickly, Ms. Carwood, the stipend for non-AFT coaches. there's still some outstanding payments. Where are you coming with that? Where are you with that?
Charleswell.
It's Charleswell. What do you call it? Calwood?
Calwood.
Let's see. Dr. Charleswell. First mic. 1 minute. Yeah. Number one. Look at you right now.
No.
Paul, use AC sub mic. Okay, it's on now.
Dr. Renee Charles, Deputy Commissioner, Curriculum and Instruction. The payments are being, the stipends are being paid slowly, Senator. We still need more funding, but we are doing the best with what we have. First in, first out.
Hold on. I was a prayer response of a bill that appropriated monies for those coaches, and I specifically asked DOE, what was the amount? The amount wasn't sufficient, you say?
No, it was not, Senator.
I think we appropriate 300,000. How much did we appropriate?
I don't recall the exact number, but you did, Hasina Harris, Deputy Commissioner, Fiscal, you did appropriate a substantial amount to assist. We were successful this week in getting the budget online. Perhaps there was a disconnect with communicating with DC Charleswell, letting her know that the funds are online so that she can
So you
move
do
forward.
have the monies?
Correct.
Okay, you almost made me panic because they just say we had the conversation to take care of the non-AFD coaches so that they could be paid. So you estimate how long for them to be paid?
Well, now that the budget is online, we'll ensure that the paperwork is in place so that the business office can process the payments.
Okay. And do you have the paperwork, Dr. Charleswell, for the non-AFD coaches?
Yes, the paperwork has been submitted to payroll and does the business office, so yes.
Okay,
so
great.
all stipends have been submitted for the past school year.
Okay. So we'll be back on track, Commissioner.
Yes, Senator.
Okay. Point of information, Senator Avery Lewis.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon again. Commissioner Wells-Hedrington, real quick, in light of the fire, you said earlier that a lot of your computer, your data stuff is housed in that particular area. Was that area have any those fire suppression units in it?
So based on the conversation I had with the fire marshal who was there, she indicated that they were expired. And in that report, they will, be very specific about the things that we need to do in order to make sure that that does not happen again.
All right. So you indicated that, God bless, that particular area was saved, or else we'd have had more chaos in the department. A suggestion would be moving forward. I know funding is an issue, but let's see how we could harden those areas and make it more safe and so forth, and fire retardant, and with all the stuff in place to try to secure the area, in preventative stuff. Not only in there, but I know in a lot of the schools, they have particular rooms where they house these different data systems and so forth. We have air conditioning running on them all night long to keep them cool and so forth. Anything could happen, a spark, anything. So let's see how we could harden those places to make it safer.
So there are a couple server rooms that Mr. Benjamin is addressing in terms of the cooling. And in addition to hardening the areas, we do intend to have the virtual backup as a file safe in case this ever is to happen again.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much. The next person might be able, next senator is going to be Senator Noble Francis, and he might be able to provide us with the amount that was in the bill for the track. I know we had a bill in our hand yesterday, but I just can't put my hand on it now. But before I go to him, can I give him a minute to see if he has that information? What's the status of schoologies? What's the program? Schoology?
Oh, Schoology.
Schoology.
Okay, superintendents?
St. Croix District, Bastion.
It's a learning management system, right?
Yes, LMS. One of them. It's something that we use actively during COVID. I don't think the St. Croix District have an active contract for Schoology. I will pull that record and check.
Okay, so the contract might have expired.
Yes, it was more that it aided more with the remote learning that we were in, and that's what we mainly use that platform for. Because we're not in that mode anymore, we probably have terminated that contract.
Okay, if you could check for me, and then we could put it on the record.
Actually, STTJ, Stefan here again, we did use it mostly during COVID, but after looking at some of our other platforms, it was like a duplication of services, really. So I don't think that it's needed.
Okay. Senator Noble Francis, you recognize?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon to everyone. Act 8985 appropriated. The sum of $2.5 million is appropriated in fiscal year ending September 30, 2025 from the STC Settlement Fund to the School Maintenance and Construction Fund, Virgin Islands Bureau of School Security and Maintenance for the resurfacing, repairs, restoration, construction, and maintenance of the Ivana Eudora Kent High School track and field facilities to include the bleachers, restroom, and concession. And in B, in subsection B, strike 2025 and insert 2026.
What was that active number?
Senator.
Act 8985. So if you could start my time now, Senator,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move on.
Yeah, I'm starting your time now. You may proceed.
All right. Thank you. Good afternoon, of course, to the team, VIDE, as well as VIBA and BCSM. You know, I've been ad nauseum talking about truancy and school attendance for quite some time now, because obviously it leads to academic failure and it sets off a whole chain of reaction that speaks to academic failure, dropout, increased risk of incarceration, and really the school to prison pipeline. We moved the Truancy Act 8530, and enforcement is what's required in respect to this. And the revelation that continues to be made is that we have where pre-K to the third grade, the most fundamental time of a student's life is being impacted by them not being able to attend school. And I wanted to ask the Virgin Islands Board of Education whether or not there were any rules and regulation done in order for the enforcement and shared with the Department of Education for truancy at this time.
Good afternoon, Emanuela Perez Cassias. Yes, the Virgin Islands Board of Education has policies that specifically speak to attendance and truancies, and we have actively participated in conversations with the Department of Education during this last school year to speak to ideas on how we can be able to close that gap on attendance and truancy and how we can be able to support it. Our language is clear. Expectation is children come to school. And we have also looked at how can we be able to hold parents accountable in those measures, specifically partnering with the legal matters, because every child has to be in school underneath the United States law between the ages of 5 and 18.
Very well, and I'm hoping that we could continue to have not just the dialogue, but enforcement of this, because of course there's measures already on the books in respect to this. I heard a conversation about a compulsory attendance that's being considered. That's fine, but we already have something on the books that we should be holding individuals accountable for. So I'm hoping that we can make some inroads there. Assistant Commissioner Soames, something that was near and dear to my heart. You spoke about the school violence being a constant albatross. And I wanted to dig in a little bit in terms of what is being done to address that particular issue. School violence, and we don't want to wait until it happens, but we see what's happening nationwide in respect to this. What is the discussion on the magnitude of the situation that has you very cautious about this whole situation with school violence.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Senator Francis. Victor Sum III, Assistant Commissioner. So as I indicated in previous testimony, the department has come up with a comprehensive plan to address school violence, to mitigate against school violence. It is not a perfect plan, but it does have in it, it is not a perfect plan because it will require updating as conditions allow. It has 10 strategic points to include the stand-up of an interagency school safety council. And this is a lot of what we've suggested in the plan are things that we've done before. We used to do parent university. We need to get back to that to a greater extent. We used to do strengthening families, which provided for the counseling of families and eliminated excuses as to why parents and their children couldn't come to school. And it eliminated excuses such as, well, I ain't got no babysitter, I need to cook, I ain't got no transportation. The Strengthening Families program provided for that so that parents and children could come to school, get the necessary counseling that they needed. We need to get back to parent rooms or parent hubs. We used to have that. And those are things that we need to get back to, where parents can come to any school and there's a dedicated area where they can come in if they want to assist with something, whether it be a minor maintenance need or they want to assist with school lunch because they have a school health card. So those are the kind of things.
Commissioner, let me stop you there because all I ask is that at least we make some priority of this issue. I mean, if there's some funding requirement to help to drive this bus forward, please let us have that discussion, but we need to make this a priority issue because, you know, again, we don't want to be at the back end of this or continue to be at the back end of this where it becomes a real crisis for us. So please, whatever we need to do there. Real quickly, I wanted to go to the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance Bureau, and I think that the whole thought and intent of this bureau was to create some greater efficiency, effectiveness, and to expedite moving things forward on this. And I'm still seeing that we're fraught with a whole lot of bureaucracy in this area, and the jury is still out of what I'm not. You know, this whole security. I mean, the Construction Bureau is going to be effective. 30 seconds. But real quickly, I wanted to ask you in regards to the outstanding payment, Mr. Benjamin, what are we doing to ensure that these vendors are being paid in a timely fashion, you know, so that we could be able to get services completed in a timely fashion?
As you know, the ARPA fund, those projects are the ones that have the outstanding payments. We are doing everything we can in conjunction with VIDE, and you know, whatever needs to be done, we're doing. I will have Dr. Myers elaborate on that some more for us.
I don't need any elaboration. I just really want to make sure that we don't find ourselves in the same position that happened before, where this money is clawed back from us. I believe that we need to take night and make day and get these payments out and get them expended. Department of Education, do you still have some role and responsibility in some of these payments, or has this been totally turned over to the School Bureau, Construction Bureau?
Good afternoon, Senator Francis. When it comes to the ARP funding, those payments are pushed through VIDE. Once the payment applications are submitted for construction projects, they are pushed through our system and go to the third-party fiduciary who have to give the stamp of approval before we can enter them into payment through the line of credit.
Mr. Chair, may I just wrap up in further discussion?
Yes.
Yeah. And is there some form, thank you, sir, is there some form of a battle or something that's prohibiting or creating a barrier for us to be able to make these payments in a timely fashion?
Honestly, Senator, no. What has happened recently is we've had some contracts that have expired, as mentioned before. The Bureau is working on those, but any payments that come through the system, the Bureau is aware of what documents must be attached. Once everything is set, there's no delay in payment.
Okay, and my final question to Director Benjamin is in regards to, well, there's a two-part. One, do you have access to an Impress fund or a credit card or some mechanism by which you're able to make emergency purchases? And then the second part to that question, if you can answer the chair's time, is in regards to John Woodson School. Do you believe that we're addressing this mold mediation situation? Are we going to find ourselves back in the same predicament in the next 30 days, 45 days, or what? How secure are you in the mold testing that has been done, the quality air clearance that you have been given? What's happening in that space, because we keep finding ourselves in the same predicament, every 30, 60 days. If you could just answer those 2 points.
Okay. Could you repeat the first question, please?
The first one is in regards to whether or not you have access to, a credit card, a line of credit, an Impress fund, or whatever that could be able to address emergency payments or purchases for the school construction bureau, and then, of course, the John Woodson situation.
All right. So in regards to the Impress fund, we have an Impress fund. However, it's basically insufficient funds. It's capped at $5,000 per district. In regards to a credit card, we just applied for a credit card. I should get some kind of response from them within the next couple of weeks. Next thing, the quality of the work being done at Woodson. I am pleased with the quality of work. I myself walked the site with the contractors. I've seen what they have done. None of us can fight Mother Nature. Mother Nature wins this in the long run. All this stuff, this mold stuff, is a natural occurrence. We're doing our best to remediate the problem, and all we could do is see what happens. We sealed the roofs, we've done the air conditioning, and we remediated the site. So let's see what happens. And historically, this site is an issue. So yeah, we've done what we could. We're going to see what the results will give us in the next 6 months. To tackle that issue, what we have done, we are going to be testing every 2 months. So we will know what's going on at in an earlier time frame.
Thank you, Senator Francis. And if you could please provide the testing to the school, because the school is still saying they have never received any of the test results. So if you could give it to the administration so it could be shared with the staff members.
We send the test to the superintendent. Now, the new superintendent will get it. The old superintendent, she got it.
And the old superintendent then distributed to the administrator according to the administrator. Okay. Let's make sure, we need everybody to be comfortable. So let's make sure that that's done. Bill number 8870, section 1A, said the sum of $1 million is appropriated in the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024 from the School Maintenance and Construction Fund to the Virgin Islands Department of Education. So that's $1 million you're saying doesn't exist, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Bill number 8985 struck that entire section. Act number, section 3 of bill number 89.85. Act number 8870, section 1 is amended as follows. Strike the language in subsection A and insert the following. So the entire language is struck. The new language says the sum of $2,500,000 is appropriated in the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025 from the STC Settlement Fund. So that's a whole separate fund. To the School Maintenance and Construction Fund, Virgin Islands Bureau of Construction and Maintenance. So there's a new appropriation with a dedicated funding source of $2.5 million for the track. So you have to write to OMB for that particular appropriation. But those monies are available until September 30th, 2025. So you need to let the Senate know if that date needs to be extended to maybe December 30th, 2025, yes. So you could access the money. But you now have the money because you realize that the $1 million wasn't actually there.
So can you give me that? Is it 89, 85 or
I will.
89, 70?
89, 85.
85.
Yes, and I will give you a copy of it. Okay, so that you can have it.
Bit of information.
Point of information, Senator Noel Francis.
Mr. Chair, just go down to section B because section B actually struck 2025 and inserted 2026.
I saw that.
So put it on. Oh yes. So in subsection B, we struck the 2025 and 2026. So I mean, the bill has in everything, and we did make sure that we worked in the bill and that the concerns of the Senate President would be met for that particular initiative. Last Senator and this first round, Senator Clifford Joseph.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the testifiers. Good afternoon to the viewing and listening public. Mr. Benjamin, I listened to you a while ago with my other colleague mentioning about Woodson. And I too passed Woodson a few times, and I noticed that they're putting on a good job. I ain't gonna say a good show. Good showing up to work, I could say that part, but they look like they're actually sealing up the roof. And I think this is gonna be your first time that you're gonna have the opportunity when Mother Nature does show up that we shouldn't be seeing a mold. Remember, if you don't see leaks, we shouldn't have mold. So apparently, clearly, every time that like I mentioned this the other day, every time that you start doing a mold remediation and you're getting in, you're cleaning and you're deep cleaning, and you don't fix the leak, every time you rain you're going to have more mold. So right now, I myself, when I saw the guys on the roof up to yesterday, I was saying, well, the whole roof looking white. But my question is to you now, what kind of warranty do we have when we pay these sums of money for these repairs on the roof? What's the time span of the warranty as far as when a leak returns?
Yeah, on this particular roof, we have a 10-year warranty from the contractor.
Okay, good. So Alfredo Andrews don't have any more leaks because that's a school that already completed. When we were on the walkthrough, they had a leak. I'm just asking, you said Woodson is 10 years. That's good.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm saying to you now, before you go back and have to deal with any mold issue, I think if it's in one area, you first need to check to make sure the roof is not leaking. Because remember, you got a 10-year warranty. So if you got a leak, you need to make sure these people are coming back. That's the problem I personally have. I feel the numbers are skyrocket in every portion of construction today. So individual who makes this money needs to be willing to come back and correct a problem if there is one.
Most definitely.
You said 10 years. Okay, good.
Okay.
Other than Hagland, any other contractor that hasn't returned because they wasn't paid? To finish whatever work that is stopped because they wasn't getting paid?
Well, we have, DVD had stopped their work. However, they have resumed work on their projects that are ARPA funded.
So only Hagland right now is the only contractor that didn't return because of pay. That's my question.
Yes.
From my knowledge, yes.
Okay, good. Earle Rivera.
3 minutes.
I went to a graduation there in June or May, and they had an issue with some of the modular classrooms. During the walk, we wasn't able to get in. The first day of school, I appeared back, and nothing around that. Have any mold radiation or air condition work been done in any of the modulars at Earle Rivera?
Yes, it has been done.
Done and completed?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'm looking at Arthur Richards, K-8. Hazardous runoff, auditorium relocation, needs drain issue. Is this a new school?
No, sir. We wouldn't be relocating the sprung at the new school.
Okay, because I wanted to know what was that. Okay, for the commissioner and all the educators, my question to you guys now is, with construction and the rise and when we're in need of trades, like when we needed, not trades only, professional service as well, because when we needed nurse, we needed teachers, we made a good effort in making that way, or making the appropriations and preparation for those. Are we doing the same for trade individual coming out of schools at this time?
I'm not sure if I understand your question, Senator. Can you repeat that?
Okay, I said, in the past we have made big strides and was successful in the nursing program. We did the same when we needed teachers. I mean, right now we're in the same situation for teachers, because today when we speak about who's making the money, most folks in the construction arena is making the money. So are we speaking to our children, or are we setting the platform in place to encourage individuals to become trade individuals as far as skilled tradesmen?
So those conversations do happen at our school, Senator. We do have several of those trades already in our career and technical education program. The superintendents can possibly elaborate a little bit more about that. But we do take the time to educate our children on where the economy is going, the things that are happening locally, and encourage them not only to go into the trades, but we've talked about project management opportunities as well as construction management. So, superintendents, I don't know if
30
you want...
seconds.
Bashton Knight, Superintendent, St. Croix District. Yes, Senator, it's something that the counselors do with the students. They look at the varied educational opportunities, but they also look at the skills and the trades, the military, and try to provide that data to the students so they could know what's trending, where the money-making paths and routes are, just so they can be informed as they look to make their decision upon graduation.
Well, thank you. Thank you guys for your response, and thank you here for the time.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Well, colleagues, we've exhausted the first round. Department of Education is still going strong. Bureau of School Maintenance still looking healthy. On Board of Education, they didn't have much. The Committee on Education and Workforce Development stands in recess for 5 minutes.
The Committee of Education and Workforce Development is back on the record. Colleagues, we're going to go to a 3-minute round for the second round. If you have an additional question, we will be gracious, and if you're concise, we would allow you to ask the question. Only if you're concise. If you violate, then you won't get a next opportunity. Before I go to the first senator, quickly, Juanita Gardine, second wing, Mr. Benjamin. No running water and still partial electricity. Has the electrical upgrade been completed at Juanita Gardine?
That's a Hagland project. Hagland.
Okay, so that's a project under Hagland?
Yes, it is.
Water, running water. Second wing restrooms, no water.
I'm sure.
We could get to, Mr. Ferris is working on that currently. We could have him talk about it.
Yeah, Mr. Ferris, Juanita Gardine, water issue. St. Croix?
He's not there.
I don't think he can hear you.
He's not there.
Yeah, he did.
That's it.
Over at Juanita Gardine, those areas
Put your
that
name
we're
on
speaking about were
Put your name on the record, sir.
Bobby Ferris.
Okay, now proceed and answer.
Yes, that wing that we are talking about was condemned for a number of years, and we're currently working to get it back in service. We're going to be performing that work in-house.
What is the timeline to get water in that particular wing? To get the restrooms working again?
By the end of September, we should have water in that wing. It's going to take some extensive cleaning up. And we do have some material that we're waiting on to get that done. But we estimate that it should be, the material should be on the island shortly, and we should be able to get that wing up and running by the end of next month.
Okay, by the end of September. Okay. We're going to go to Senator Gittins. Senator Gittins, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let's see how quick we could do this. School safety and emergency preparedness. Between the director or the commissioner, are all the schools equipped with working intercoms? Are they fully functional?
The intercom systems are still being worked on, Senator. I can get the specifics on where they are in terms of the project.
Thank you. If you could provide us with a report for the 11 schools in each district.
Okay.
Does every classroom have an alarm system or an emergency call button?
Superintendents, can you help with that?
Bastion Heights, St. Croix District, no, we do not have that security system that we initially had when the schools were young. However, under, I want to say ARP, we purchased the Mattel phones to place in every classroom in the district. So that's what we did.
So these phones are like cordless phones or?
It's the network phones, so they're able to communicate.
Right, but are they mounted or they're cordless?
The handset is wireless. From what I saw, majority of them are either on counters, desks, in a corner somewhere where they can be easily accessed.
So in the past, it was just a matter of pressing a button and speaking into the intercom. We no longer have this system, is what we're saying?
Correct, Senator.
So what are we looking into, especially with what's going on now throughout the nation?
If I may, Senator.
Somebody, please, quickly.
The department has applied for a grant from the Department of Justice. We will hear back from them by next week. And what we're planning to do is get something called the Crisis Alert System, which is a badge. So you click on it in the event that there's a crisis.
1 minute.
And that signal then goes to not only your school administrator, but also to first responder agencies.
Are these features mandated in the design for the new schools?
Yes, Senator.
And what emergency drills or lockdown protocols are being implemented in response to recent school shootings that we've seen in Minnesota and even with
30
the
seconds.
bomb threats that we have? Mr. Chair, I want to just ask you for your indulgence quickly so I could just...
The Division of Disaster Planning and School Security has a monthly schedule of drills to include evacuation drills for fire, crisis threat response, and lockdown and shelter in place. So we will get you that schedule for this school year.
So, and to both of you, because in a recent campus visit here in the St. Thomas, St. John District, Mr. Chair? Thanks. I was at the Charlotte Amalia School campus, and I'm seeing the newest building that you have there. I see that there's a lot of glass, and I saw in some of your school renderings, I'm seeing that you're leaning towards that side of having so much glass. Are these glass going to be like ballistic glasses? And I'm wondering if you're actually taking into consideration all the training that your monitors are having and even the police department when it comes to these active shooter incidents. Why are we going towards all this glass?
Senator, I am not the architect, but we definitely will look into that. I know that originally when the designs were being put together, we talked about more natural light into the classrooms and different things like that, but definitely could have that conversation moving forward. Mr. Benjamin is also involved in that, and if we need to pivot, we definitely can do that.
So while you're not the architect, you need to have a lot of say.
I do.
In this. And when we're talking about light coming into the classroom, then if we're concerned about that, then let's look at it from the ceiling level and not on the sides. Because again, with all the training, and you could speak with your management in security, with all the training that they're going to take on the mainland with the active shooter training, having all this glass is going to be counterproductive. And lastly, I know the question was asked by my colleague from Frederiksted as well with regards to the school health technicians. Act 8801 was passed in January 2024. We're now in August, I could say September 2025, and we're still not seeing this. What's the real problem? Because we try to find a solution to this problem, and I think that we're creating more of a bureaucracy in this whole thing. I told you all on the mainland what I've seen in some of these schools. Even a school secretary can be a school health technician. They just have to be CPR certified and some first aid course that they had to take. Now we have done a step forward in that, or a step up, I should say. But now we're creating the same obstacle course for you all to be able to hire these individuals. What's the status?
So, Senator, if I may, good afternoon. Victor Som, Assistant Commissioner. We have completed the job descriptions for both the school health technician and the school nurse manager. We have had the Commissioner of the Commissioner of Health review the job description as per 8801. We have met with the board of nurse licensure.
8801.
8801.
8801.
Yeah, man,
You're an educator. Ain't got no letters in that number. 8801.
I thought I said that, forgive me.
Oh, you said, oh.
Okay, well, I meant to say
I'm just checking to see if you're paying attention. Go ahead. It's good to have a light.
And you know that's my cousin, you know. Anyhow, we have met with the board of nurse licensure twice now. We're meeting again on Tuesday. Commissioner Nkanasong has been very helpful. But to get to the specific concern, there is this, the Department of Education is not experts in the medical field, but there is this concern primarily by the Board of Nurse Licensure that Act 8801 conflicts with the Nurse Practice Act.
But everybody looking power and authority. We're trying to find a resolution to this problem. Either they're going to come with a solution or they're going to just sit on the side. I'm so tired of this. Again, when you look at it on the mainland level, I'm telling you, a lot of these school districts, a school secretary, a school maintenance worker, anybody on the campus can be a school health technician with their classification. All they're doing is making sure that they're certified CPR, they go through the first aid course, and something else that they sign off on. But we're making it so tedious that it's almost like we're still looking for an RN for each school. Quickly, it's just for one RN per district, I think, or one RN for the territory, and you have the school health technicians working at the respective schools answering to that registered nurse. I mean, come on, let's get this done, please.
I hear you, Senator. We'll invite you to the meeting on Tuesday.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. There was one thing else, but I forgot. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gittins.
Chair, because Senator Gittins asked this question, I'd like to give him some information regarding the band rooms.
Go ahead.
At Central High, the bids were collected. Therefore, we will go through them, select the lowest bidder, and then proceed to create the jail and issue a NTP. At Pearl B. Larson, and
notice
to proceed. At Pearl B. Larson, NTP was issued to NGM Services LLC. So they should start soon on the band room at Pearl B. Larson.
Okay. When is the notice to proceed going to be issued, you said?
For Pearl B. Larson, it has been issued already.
Okay. And the next school, the first school you mentioned?
The bids were collected, so we have to go through, select the
Okay.
winner of the bid, and then create a jail. And
So we just want you to have time frame for everything that, we'll create a jail by this date and notice to proceed by this date. So you can have a rough idea of when they're going out. We don't want to, a month from now, have the same conversation and it hasn't gone out. In reference to the Marco has 2 buildings that has electrical issues? Where they're not able to utilize the AC units?
Correct. I think, yes, correct. So we're waiting for the upgrade.
Upgrade is completed. The upgrade was completed recently.
Okay.
So, yeah, it was completed.
You're talking about the recent electrical, yeah, but okay.
No,
from Continental. I didn't update the thing. I found this out last night.
Okay.
It was completed.
So the ACs
yesterday
in those 2 buildings are going to be working as of next week?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Status of cameras, quickly. Cameras on St. Croix. I saw all new cameras on St. Thomas when we did the walkthrough. They were already installed at just about every school that I visited. Status of cameras on St. Thomas. So the system, is the system working?
The cameras have been installed. We haven't received training as yet, but they've been installed.
But not good that's not good for us. I mean,
no.
So when is the training going to take place? Okay, besides the training, they just need to turn them on, and you could see. Are they turned on where principals could view the entire campus? Yes. So you just need training on how to play back and that type of stuff?
Right.
Okay. But all the schools in St. Thomas now have a working camera system?
All I'm thinking,
Yes.
Kent, CHS, yeah. All of them.
Okay. St. Croix.
St. Croix, full completion is the Pearl B. Larson, pre-K through 8, Alfredo Andrews Elementary. Central is what's occurring right now. I think that's where I saw the vendor last. And Juanita had, I think they're actually in process also because they were on campus this week.
Complex and C-Tech?
Hasn't started yet.
Date for Complex and C-Tech?
I can get that to you. Mr. Mason said next week, Complex will begin.
And completion date for Complex?
We can get that to you. I have to check with the vendor.
That's a very important safety component, especially for high schools. I wish that they had work in the high schools first, and then junior high, and then go down to the elementary. So, a PA system.
PA systems,
Mr. Mason, do you want to come and take a seat up
he
here?
needs to
Sergeant
come.
Arms, bring Mr. Mason up. Come.
Just step up and see.
While I'm waiting for him, we did have the discussion in reference to the vice president concerned about all the glass, and we did speak to all those individuals who were there on that particular visit. No school is being designed that way. So if that is the plan, get rid of the plan. With active shooters, etc., nobody have all glass. You could just look into a classroom and see every single student. We just had that shooting this week where the person went through the glass to the church and shot countless individuals, Minneapolis. So they're no longer being designed that way. So if it is, we need to just cut that. And I think that's the 9th grade wing for Charlotte Amali, just all glass, so you could watch in, you could see everything. To me, that also causes behavioral issues. Students acting out, they see the friend passing, the waving, the this, that. So let's get rid of that distraction. Make sure that's not there, Mr. Benjamin and Ms. Commissioner. Mr. Mason, PA systems at the high schools.
Good afternoon. Irvin Mason, Director of School Security and Planning. Complex PA system is completed. Juanita Garden is completed. Paul B. Larson is completed.
Central High?
Central is also completed. As a matter of fact, I was over there this week and it's working perfectly fine.
St. Thomas?
St. Thomas, we have Julius Poe and St. John, Charlotte Amali, and Gomez completed.
Okay, and does this intercom have the system where you could press a button and call the office?
Where you could press the button and call, you get a classroom plus the office and stuff too, yes. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. Senator Avery Lewis, you recognize?
That's me.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, 1 minute. The PA system is it working that you could call back, etc.? You could call into a classroom?
No, you can't call into the classroom, but the principal could turn on the PA system from her office and make an announcement that goes to the classroom and stuff.
No, that's going to the entire school.
Yeah.
No, but there are systems in which you
know
you could call back.
We don't.
So we just ordered just a one system where you could just make general announcements?
Yes, sir.
No, but the building's old. Going in the building.
Okay.
Bachelor Knight, when we did look into that, I want to think at the beginning of the ARP funding, and just to rewire one of the schools exceeded almost $500,000 because of the old infrastructure and having to rewire that entire campus. So that's where we pivoted based on the research to those intercom phones that we place in the entire district classrooms.
Okay, but this is not intercom phones that Mr. Mason is talking about. This is PA system.
The PA system, but the intercom, as discussed first with Senator Gittins, the teacher has the intercom feature on their phone where they can communicate back to the main office. The main office can communicate from their desk to the intercom phones.
Well, quickly, Senator Gittins, point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Mason, as the subject matter expert, were you consulted when it comes to the design of the new schools?
I was on one of the new schools.
Yeah, the new school.
New Arthur Richards. Yes, I was. A matter of fact, I walked through with consultants.
So okay, hold on. So in that school, in any new school built,
yeah.
Will the system be that system where you can speak to individual classrooms, etc.? I am not talking about a general speaker set up in various areas where you just make a whole public service announcement. I'm talking about the actual intercom system where you can speak to a classroom. If you hit that button, you can hear what's going on in the classroom. If there's a disturbance in there, the teacher could press the button the office will hear or vice versa?
Yes. For instance, if the teacher the principal want to get somebody from a classroom, she could press the button and go directly to the classroom and call the students to the office. So yes, the code in all the new schools.
So in the new schools, we're seeing that.
Yes, sir.
But in the schools that you just responded to the chairman about, that's not the system you have.
No.
You just have general speakers in general areas where you can make one broad announcement.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Gideon St. Louis. You're recognized.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, people of the Virgin Islands. Commissioner Wells-Hedrington, we're going to try and make this real quick. Well, we have Mr. Mason here. Mr. Mason, are you still strong in conducting your different drills in the schools and so forth, active shooters, tsunami, fire drills, and so forth?
Yes, Senator.
Good. Commissioner Wells-Hedrington, other functions of the agency, I know you have a very strong department that works close with USDA. Have we started any food distributions, any so forth for the year?
You mean public distribution, Senator Lewis?
Yeah.
I believe we have, yes.
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken, we had a distribution to seniors not too long ago.
All right, that's a schedule that's put out, or that's when we receive the goods, or how that?
That's when we receive the goods from USDA.
All right, thank you. Mr. Benjamin, I have to ask this question. In your work order system, really don't want to question it, but I have to query on this. I see here you said a light bulb replacement 1 to 3 weeks. I mean, like, a light bulb? Tell me the ballast or something, you're out of the ballast, or what we call it, the ballast? Yeah. You know.
Yes, it's correct.
Your time frame with some of the things really in rapid response for me. I've been in a classroom, and I know how these things could impact. You know. So I think we got to do a little better on that.
I got you.
Okay. No. But sometimes you know what'll happen? We just say yeah, and then when the meeting done, it done. I check it.
Not under my watch.
Okay.
Okay. Could I make a correction to an earlier statement that the chairman had asked?
No, not at my time. Commissioner Wells-Hedrington. Really not you. Sorry, Ms. Wells. Dr. Jorgen and Ms. Bashan Knight. Let me ask this question. In the commissioner's testimony in page 8 and 9, the commissioner talked about special education and the breakdown and so forth and testing.
1 minute.
And she talked about we no longer needing the service of the Orange Tree, I guess as an entity, contracted services for doing some evaluation, the IEPs, individualized educational plans. I know that the Virgin Islands Department of Education also services the private schools. Did this function impact our ability to service those private schools as well?
30 seconds.
It shouldn't, Senator. Services are mandatory based on the law, so services have to be rendered. I want to clarify that. Orange Tree does provide services for us in this territory.
Right.
But in your testimony, you said currently Orange Tree contracted services does not have any candidates available. So I'm just asking.
So that's not the only service that they provide.
They provide other services.
Yes,
okay,
yes,
good.
Senator.
I know we were behind with speech services and
Time.
so forth. Where are we with a speech therapist in the department? Anybody?
So we don't have a speech therapist in the department. Those are contractual services under the Orange Tree contract. I can get you the specifics in terms of how many persons will be staffed for this school year if you need that.
That would be great. Mr. Chair, if I may just ask one last burning question, I would like to ask the superintendents as well. Dr. Jorgen, we talked a bit about academics.
Right.
And we asked you about resources and so forth. Are you making your school visits regularly?
That's the plan. We have a schedule at
You haven't been there yet?
No, I have been I've been to every school.
Okay, just checking.
I have been to every school, but that was just touch and go. The work that we need to do in terms of monitoring, that's going to be our staple to make sure that we're in schools looking for specific things. We have programs that are just being rolled out. We want to make sure that our principals are doing what they're supposed to do, our teachers are doing what they're supposed to do, so that our students can get the best benefits.
Good. Dr. Bashan, the same thing for you.
Yeah.
But I'll carry it a step forward. Have we been involved in the union as well, step by step, in these conversations with their membership?
Bastion Knight, St. Croix District Superintendent, yes, I am in frequent conversations with President Philippus every day, and the commissioner actually has a 3-2 rule when it comes to the superintendents and school visits. So we spend 3 days a week strictly on campuses, 2 days office.
Good. And Commissioner, how was your relationship with the unions as well?
Very good. I actually have standing meetings coming up every month with both unions.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Lewis. I think that's the most important component, your ability to monitor as to whether or not your mandates and the goals of the department are actually being complied with. And I got to officially put on the record that this is, at this juncture in Virgin Islands history, this is the smallest school population that we have dealt with. Okay? Charlotte used to have 1,600 students, Complex had 1,400, St. Gerald had 1,200. Now, just about every high school, less than 1,000. Luckily, despite the small population, they have more administrators than they had when we had 1,500 or 1,600 students. So you have 4 administrators, the dean of discipline, a principal. You have 5, 6 individuals, so you should be able to design a number of programs to meet the population that you're serving. And you need to charge administrators with being creative to be able to meet the issues for the students that they serve on a regular basis. We have more staff. We have more administrators. I looked at one of your charts. We have more administrators than counselors. Mm-hmm. Correct?
Correct, sir.
And how much counselors do you have in the district? I think I saw 20 and 21, if I remember the numbers right. 20 in one district and 21 in the next?
Correct, for the St. Croix district, yes, and we don't have any in the pipeline. We need counselors right now as we speak.
Okay, so you have 21 or 20?
21 in St. Thomas, St. John district, 26 in St. Croix district.
And how much administrators do you have?
49 in St. Thomas, St. John district, 52 in St. Croix district.
You have double the amount of administrators as counselors. And when I looked at the 20 and 21 number, the 21 and 26 number, and St. Thomas is 21, if you have 4 counselors at the high school level, that's 8.
That's 8.
Okay, so you only have 13 for all the other schools, all other grade levels, and then St. Croix is 18 for all other grade levels. But we definitely have a large number of administrators for the number of students that we serve in. So student per administrator, it's an excellent ratio. And we really need to hold administrators accountable for everything. You know, I recently had a conversation, and a school needed some minor stuff for the restroom. They have Impress account.
Yes.
So I asked somebody from Mr. Benjamin, and they said, St. Croix, his department, well, did you go to the principal? The principal have the authority to write a check to buy some bolts to fix the toilet. Why are you calling and waiting that there's no... You have the flexibility. Are they scared to spend the Impress fund there?
So I don't think it's that they're scared. I think that they assume that that's the responsibility of the maintenance division.
Okay. So I need you to change that.
Yes.
It's the responsibility of maintenance to get it fixed, you know.
Right.
But if you need a $20, $30, $100 component to fix your plumbing, to fix electrical, the school is supposed to give you that. Years ago, Mr. Benjamin, there were accounts at all of the major hardware stores. There was an account at the plumbing store, the electrical store, and then the maintenance workers had to account for using the supplies. They had to fill out forms, etc. We moved away from that, but we need to come up with a mechanism. All principals need to know that they're empowered, that if it's small stuff that they need to purchase it instead of waiting for Mr. Benjamin to be able to get it.
And we do have principals that do that.
Yes,
Not
you do.
all. Right,
Yes.
right.
But I'm seeing like a water filter for a kitchen. It's $30, $40. The water is rusty, and the custodians, and not the custodians, the food service workers running the water for a half hour so it could get clear. For a $20 filter, but now running the water for a half hour, the department paying for the water to WAPA. So it makes sense to tell them that they need to spend the money. Okay. Mr. Benjamin Impress account is a lot lower than. How much is yours? 5,000?
5,000.
Schools get 50,000. Schools get how much?
50.
50
plus. in
50
some
minimum.
cases. 50
So,
minimum.
superintendents, let your principals know that they need to utilize those funds. I worked under a superintendent, and if you called him for a leak, he will tell you, what are you calling me for? Spend your impress fund, don't call me. So we need to move in that direction.
Senator, if I may,
Yes.
can I put on record the breakdown of uncertified teachers under that spectrum? So we have career specialists, 5 uncertified, elementary teachers, 150 not certified, PE teachers, 22 not certified, social worker, 2 not certified, secondary teacher, 157 not certified, sign language interpreter, 1 not certified, special education teachers, 28 not certified, 1 speech therapist not certified, and 72 vocational teachers not certified.
Okay. Thank you so much. Senator Joseph, you're up next.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I want to go back to my first round of questioning regarding just Mr. Harrigan. You're the Assistant Director for Maintenance. And I asked you when is, because I sent a wonderful letter to Mr. Benjamin, but I know you're the boots on the ground and you're there doing the monitoring. When are the repairs at Jess going to be completed? You said you didn't know. You didn't have a date. You have a contractor out there, CMB. When is his contract going to be done? What was the scope of work for him to finish that work?
You're talking in reference to
The walkway
paintings?
and the AC. The
Oh, no,
walkway,
it's JMP. Sorry, it's JMP, not CMP.
JMP. Yes, when are they going to finish?
They should be starting within.
No, I didn't ask for start. Just say
Yeah.
finish. Finish. Let's stay on track, please.
Being that that's a very difficult question. The reason I'm saying is because school is in now, so they'll have to probably work on the weekends. So I can only give you an estimate.
That's what I would like.
Okay, probably in a month time.
So you're saying by October?
Yes.
Okay. And that's the AC as well?
The ACs is 33 ACs. Once we get the PO and get them started, they should be able to finish.
You're wasting up my time.
I say a week.
Okay. So you don't have the PO in place?
No, not as yet.
Okay. When is your timeline to get a PO? Have you already identified a vendor?
Yes.
And when are you going to get your PO in place?
We sent out the GL this morning, so it should take by next week, Wednesday, we should have the PO.
Okay, so you're saying by the end of the week, next week, you have your PO in place, and then the notice to proceed would be the following week?
No, it'd be the same day.
Same day? And it's how many days you're going to think that he should be able to complete that work?
I would say a week to do the cleaning, but just to do the cleaning. But then after he does the cleaning, there's no necessity. We're not sure if all ACs will be working at that time.
1 minute. The installation of they need to fix the AC unit. You should have that in your scope of work already. So you should have, if you are giving a notice to proceed, you should have that part in your scope of work and your contract. You have a contract with the AC repair person?
The AC gentleman,
Yes,
the one that actually did the repairs
Yes.
to the AC, he requested the cleaning. So then after the cleaning is done, he has to come back and then reassure that the units are working properly.
Okay, so how come you didn't bundle all of that into one contract to do the cleaning as well as to do the repair and the installation? Because it seems like you're going to be going back and forth, and the issue regarding the repair of the AC is not going to be completed. How is it you didn't bundle that into one contract?
Because the one company that does the repairs, he doesn't do cleaning. So then he recommended us to get someone to do the cleaning.
That sounds a bit convoluted to me. I think it would have been better for you because there are AC companies here.
Time.
Oh, geez, I'm bread. Do cleaning and they do the repairs. I'm not sure if you are working very efficient, and that's my concern. Mr. Chairman, I want to go on to Charlotte Amalie High School just to wrap up, please, because I'm not getting...
Go ahead.
Thank you so kindly. Where are we with Charlotte Amalie High School and the demolition and the repairs that were needed there? I am not even going to Eudora Ken, my home school. Where are we with that? Can somebody answer me where we with the Charlotte Amalie High School with the repairs? I know you're not part of the demolition. Where are we, Mr. Benjamin? Can you answer for me, please?
Okay. We will have to refer that question to ODR.
Okay, so you don't do any of the repairs of the units and the remediation. That's what I'm asking of you. There are modular schools there. I wasn't clear. There are modular schools there. We went on a walkthrough, as you know, because I was right there. And we want to know where are we with those repairs at Charlotte Amalie High School. Okay, because they don't have any structure like Eudora can. Where are we with those repairs? That's what I'm asking.
You had just asked me about the demolition. That's what I answered you.
Okay,
in
I
regards
asked you about demolition and repairs.
Okay.
Now I'm asking you about specifically the repairs at Charlotte.
We addressed the repairs at Charlotte Amalie.
So all of the remediation with the mold has been done?
Yes, that has been done.
Okay, what about the AC units?
We have some ACs that are being addressed. We just completed the ACs for the sprung,
okay,
which was the big one.
I'm talking about the schools. Let's go to classroom. I'm sorry, but my time is...
That's part of the school.
Okay, no, I know about the sprung. I know the sprung is where it's located, is the lunchroom and everything. I'm talking about the classroom itself.
Okay, we have... I'll have to check to see where we are with the AC.
Okay, so, Mr. Chairman, what we need as far as these critical projects for the school is we need to get a project schedule from the Bureau of Construction and Maintenance. You should have a project schedule with specific timelines, dates, who your contractors are. Okay. That is how you should be managing these projects. If you're going to put out a notice to proceed and you're putting out a contract, you should have within that a scope of work, when this specific contractor is going to start, when they're going to finish, and everything. So you could come and give us that information.
You have that information right here in Appendix D.
In Appendix D, because I looked at Appendix D and it was giving me... this is your information in Appendix D. It was referenced in your statement. Where is the information that I just spoke to you about in Appendix D? I'm looking for, I'm seeing St. Croix schools. I see Bowski. It's the auditorium. It has pending here. I'm just going to put on modular school for Charlotte Amalie, $5,000 pending. Completion date 10/31/25. Age, infrastructure. So this is a project schedule.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you should have been able to point this out to me.
I just did.
Okay, so you have some of these AC units, the auditorium, you have that completed. Let me look at...
Senator, let me come back to you.
Okay, I can come back. You can come back to me.
Look at that, but I think that the senator is trying to drive home the point that we should have information easily accessible in terms of completion date of all of the projects.
We have that here, sir.
Okay, so we will take a look at the Appendix D
Okay.
and make sure that it has that information. Senator Frankie Johnson, you recognize.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Benjamin, you having any meeting at all with ODR or any conversation in regards to the schools?
I just recently been invited back to the meetings at, for the different schools.
All right. What's
So-
the status of Alexander Henderson School, if you know?
I'll have to get that information back to you at a later date.
What's the status of Central High School as far as the demolition of that gym that's just sitting there wide open, just being, I mean, if you're going to build a school, you need to start taking down that old gym and...
Yes, I know they have it scheduled. Several assessments were being conducted. They're doing soil testing, what you call it? Asbestos testing that was recently conducted because they can't just go and knock down the building. They need to test it and make sure the asbestos remediation that has to take place if there's the presence of asbestos.
Last time we took a tour, last time we took a tour, we spoke about Claudemarco Gym, and there was a possibility of getting a wood floor for that gym.
Yes.
What's the status on that? And
well, like I stressed to them, if we're going to put a wood floor in there, we have to have a air conditioning system, and it has to be sealed because that will be a waste of money.
So what's the status on moving forward and trying to?
We are doing an assessment to see what it will cost to outfit that facility with an air conditioning unit. Well, multiple units based on the square footage. We have to do the calculations and based on the orientation and all those technical things that the public don't need.
I don't think time is in your favor then. You're not going to be able to obtain that wood floor. They're not going to keep it in storage for you.
I know, but this is why I suggest to them, let's not focus on getting a wood floor, get the alternate type of flooring. Because you got to remember.
You're getting a state-of-the-art wood floor that will make that gym a gym where folks can go and have no fear about being injured, and you're not going to try to.
It's a used wood floor.
A used wood floor.
There's a reason why they're getting rid of it.
A used wood floor is a good floor for athlete.
However, there's a reason why they're getting rid of it.
Of course.
Yeah.
It's a facility that's going to upgrade. But a wood floor going to Claudemarco Gym will be an upgrade too. True. It's a floor that you can work on. Wood floor, you can sand them down, fix them, and they always are repairable. Mm-hmm. But it will be a real upgrade going to Claudemarco Gym. Yeah. I hope that you guys can look into it and see what can be done to execute it. Let's leave that for a minute and speak about these generators. I saw on your list you got 4 generators. May I wrap up on this, Mr. Chair?
You may.
You got 4 generators on your list here. What are you saying about the remainder of your school as far as generators and operating generators?
Okay, the remaining schools, all those schools are not outfit with generators.
All right, Central High have a generator. What's the status on that?
I have to get my electrician and staff to give me the update on those.
Is it working, not working?
I don't have it as one that's working.
I mean, these are your high school. So you tell me Wapago, school closed. Complex.
Right.
What's the status on Complex with a generator?
Well, Complex generator, from my understanding, it's not functioning.
And what are we doing about it?
We have to make sure we have that in the budget to replace that particular generator. If the school is a shelter, they have to have the generators. If it's not...
My time is up, and I've been having a happy day, and I want to keep having a happy day. Thank you very much. I mean...
You're welcome.
We have to get serious about these schools. We really have to. If that environment for learning is not conducive, I don't care what you do, children are not going to learn. The environment have to be conducive. Children have to be able to be comfortable in order to learn. It's simple. If we were inside here now sweating, with no air conditioning inside here, we ain't gonna be here. Are we?
No.
That's the answer. So we must make sure that we look into these schools, especially these schools that are not comfortable when power gone, that there's some kind of resource backup generator for them, especially our high schools. This is their final round. And if we're going to keep missing days because of generator, then we're going to keep extending school year. Please, let's look at these things as serious part of that school that needs to be running and functioning. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Could I make a correction to one of the statements made earlier?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, in regards to the Lumoko, I just received the text. They requested the contract from the company that did the upgrade. They upgraded the electrical supply to the plumbing room. However, the electrical upgrades to the air conditioning, that's going to be completed in January of 2026. They requested an extension because school is in session. And they said weekends and evenings won't do it for them.
Those two classrooms, they have, they're sealed literally for AC units. So they have up the plastic screens?
Yes, they do.
The plastic screens can't open. So they're going to have those windows closed until January with just fans?
I will look into it more. I'll talk to the project manager and go more in depth.
And the upgrade is, I mean, is it internal or external? Is it external until it get to the building?
Yes, internal.
And that's why we really wanted a lot of this work done in the summer.
And
But
external.
we can't wait for Lumaco until January, and those students in the elementary classroom with windows that can't open, whoever the company is.
Continental.
Okay, well, I know the individuals of Continental. I'll have a discussion with them. That honestly can't work. They got to do that a lot quicker. The generator complex was gutted. I went into the generator room.
Yes.
The room was left open. So the vandals came and they stole everything from a tremendous generator that was able to power the entire school. It was gutted because of negligence of leaving that room open. Pump at complex, I know you got one pump fixed.
We upgraded that system. It has a total of 3 pumps right now to feed the school.
3 pumps in the one pump room, or?
Yes, 3 pumps in the 1 pump room. It was initially designed to have multiple pumps.
You had 4 pumps when the school opened?
Yes.
So the 3 pumps could pull from either system?
Yes, sir.
And that's a 1 pump room behind up the art classroom?
Yes.
When are you going to do the next pump room by the gym?
We're going to upgrade all the pump rooms.
To include the pump rooms on the CTEC side?
Yes, sir.
There was
Go ahead.
You say yes or no?
Yes.
Oh. The classroom that is being utilized as a library at Claudio Marco School. When we walked through the classroom, there are books all over the place, and the librarian just asked for some shelves to be built so that she could be able to create a library space for the students. Were you able to construct those shelves?
I haven't done that as yet. I asked my my lead over there to look into that, and I haven't heard back about it.
That's an easy task.
Yeah,
That's just some wood.
We had so many things come up in between then that wasn't a main focus. We had other emergencies at the time.
Okay. Senator.
Senator.
Oh, Commissioner, go ahead.
I just wanted to answer Senator Johnson's inquiry about Henderson. Henderson is in the St. Croix bundle, along with probably Larson, Alfredo Andrews, and Claudio Marco. That is out to bid.
No, I think Henderson.
Andrews,
Pearl Larson.
Larson, and Marco, and then headquarters.
They just awarded a bid.
I haven't heard anything.
I think
so
they
maybe
awarded.
it was out to bid, and they were reviewing it. I didn't know a award was given.
I think it was awarded day before yesterday.
Okay.
I think Suffolk.
Suffolk? Okay.
They're doing work on St. Thomas, right?
Suffolk has the bundle in St. Thomas.
Okay, they got the bundle also.
Okay, perfect.
So what we really want is to make sure ODR is one component, but education needs to have total knowledge of this of these new school rebuild and to be an active part of the entire process. ODR plate already full. They're the conduit for the money, etc. But we really need to get a handle through Bureau of School Construction, through DOE, as to exactly what is taking place. Because we visited Charlotte O'Malley High School, and you have, well, I'll say a new principal, which was the principal before, but you have a new face at Charlotte O'Malley. And she was there, and I just try to envision how she's going to survive with one sprung shelter that serves as a cafeteria, need to serve as a study hall, and need to serve as a gymnasium. It is literally impossible. So I asked a question, I think, to Mr. Benjamin and those are there as to why in the contract to Benton, we didn't try to put in a sprung shelter for a gym until the school is constructed. Because you cannot have a gym and then 15 minutes after it turns into a cafeteria. That's not healthy. You can't have Charlotte Amalie rebuild that is going to take maybe 5 years, and that school don't have a track, a gym. You're destroying the athletic program for all of those students for years. So we have to find, I don't know the land space as to whether or not there's sufficient space to put up a sprung, but I think that contract is over $100 million for Charlotte Amalie.
Oh, yeah.
What is it, 200 million?
Closer upwards to that, Senator. I
So-
don't have the exact amount, but around that.
I think the department needs to petition FEMA to allow the bill of a sprung shelter that would be utilized as a gymnasium for Charlotte Amalie. Can I go up quickly? What's the price of a sprung shelter, Mr. Bernier? Come on the mic.
James Bernier, Chief Engineer. I did a estimated, pretty accurate estimate from just a while back and provided to the executive director. It's 2.6 and change for a brand new sprung to be put up.
2.6 million. So it's worth it to get that.
Yes, it is.
Or else we severely handicapping Charlotte Amalie from being able to function. They're just totally taking away the functionality of the school.
Chair, if I may, the last meeting I attended, I think they decided to use the gym,
Yeah.
right?
She just explained.
They're not going to demolish the gym. So they're going to continue using the gymnasium for sports.
Right.
And they don't have the space on the site because they never purchased the property next door to do another sprung. So
The property that the government paid over $2 million for less than a half acre for years after the hurricane. That's the same property, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the old
Cinema One.
Cinema One property,
where the car wash is now.
the government were paying hundreds of thousands of dollars after the hurricane for the property as a parking lot. The footprint of the gym is a Harrigan. The footprint of the old gym.
Yes.
That is going to be utilized as part of the new school.
Well, they're not going to demolish that right now.
Yeah, we asked them to demolish. Is it going to be utilized as a part of the
No.
new school?
No, it's not.
No.
It is not.
No.
Okay. So that's going to be what, a parking lot?
I'm not too sure. You'll have to refer that question to Mr. Benjamin or the commissioner. I remember some of the drawing, but not everything.
You get it smart. You pass a hot potato one time. These are questions we want. The context, and I'm going to go back to Senator Joseph, because it's four of us left here, but we're going to ask some questions. These schools are going to take a while to rebuild, okay? It's like a 4 or 5 year process. So I don't like to hear we're not fixing the restroom because the school is up for demolition. Demolition ain't coming right now for some of the schools. So we need to make sure that the schools are accessible to students and teachers and everybody else. That it's a good environment. So everything that we do, we got to think within that framework that we're still going to utilize these schools. It's not like Arthur Richards where you're able to combine and you're going to a new site. No, these schools are still going to be utilized. So when you build in Central, the old Central is still going to be up, correct?
Yes, it is.
So we need to fix the restrooms.
Yes, we
Okay. Now, before I got to Senator Joseph, Lockhart Music Suite. Lockhart has a pretty good music program. Right about Charlotte Amalie. The music suite is filled with mold. From Mr. What's the band teacher name?
In the red section.
Gums.
Mr. Gums, Malvern Gums, and he's such a good teacher. And as you walk in the classroom, you could smell the mold. and you see the mold on the organs. Yeah, you could see it. And then the next classroom next to that, you go in, you smell it. As soon as I walked in, I smelled it. And he's been just teaching in that classroom every single day. We had actually to address that one, Mr. Benjamin. Were you able to address that classroom?
We had not the consultants, the remediation company, Rev. They did the testing there, and they also started the cleanup work at the school. They're doing classes, staggering the classes that they're doing. I got to find out where they are on that particular campus so that I could give you a solid answer. I could give you an update.
Okay, we need to get that done because they were really in the classroom for the last year in the same condition. So we need to make sure. And I think the good educator asked a question about Bowski special ed classrooms.
Yes.
They all have AC. All the ACs are working.
We tackled that campus as well with the total cleanup. Bowski? Yeah, the cleanup.
At both, yes, the cleanup for the remediation.
Remediation.
But
So are the ACs working? There were a number of ACs not working.
Yes, we sent a jail in and we got a PO back. Well, we're trying to receive the PO to buy 4 new ACs for the kindergarten classes, and we haven't received them yet.
Okay, but the special education classrooms, when you come in the school, where the artistic classrooms are,
On the left.
do all of those classrooms have AC?
From what I know, yes.
Working AC?
Yes,
They
from what I
should
know,
be
yes.
working because we had
We just
that
installed
surface.
this.
Yeah, that was surfaced.
It's only the brick and mortar.
They were working.
1 minute, Senator Lewis, on the mic.
Those air conditions were working, but not to capacity. It was still hot in the room. They were blowing, but not to capacity. When we called Commissioner Wells and we called Mr. Benjamin, we were sure they were going to be dealt with this summer. I know we started the padding stuff and so forth, but we're concerned now about the air condition. I know the office, you told me that was a FEMA project or something.
Yes.
Yes.
Certain parts of the school was FEMA project. The teachers have been complaining about the molds in the classroom. I've been asking about that. What's going on at Bowski? Our question.
Give me a second, please. 1 second, please.
Senator Joseph, why you look for the information? Do you have any questions to the commissioner?
My question is geared to the Bureau. I wanted to also look and ask either Mr. Harrigan or Mr. Benjamin if they are looking at additional staffing, because the project sheet that I turned to, it has a number of projects that is assigned to the Bureau of Construction, School Construction and Maintenance that is pending, but they have target dates. But I wanted to know if you have the sufficient manpower to carry out some of this work that is required, and some of it was included the AC repairs, Charlotte Amali, BSCM maintenance, and some of the other schools, you have Lockhart BCM maintenance, assessment pending for the assistant principal room, the water heater repair, assessment pending. So the question is, if you have capacity with the persons on the ground, who are your laborers to actually carry out some of this work? Because I don't believe I saw in the budget how many maintenance, I can't recall right off the top of my head, let me just say it that way. How many maintenance staff do you have projected to fill within the fiscal year 2026? How much maintenance staff are you looking at in the St. Thomas district? Probably Dr. Myers, you could answer that.
Yes, Dr. Myers, CFO. So we have currently in St. Thomas, we have 14 maintenance workers. When I said 18 prior, because we have 3 vacant positions, and then I included the school wastewater manager in that count.
And so, Mr. Harrigan, the question would be, do you believe that will be sufficient for you to meet the needs with making the repairs that is under your shop, where you have here listed on your project schedule?
In our last testimony at the budget, we testified that we needed 12 more additional members on our maintenance staff in St. Thomas.
And did you send that information to?
Yes, it was. We
Okay.
testified inside
Okay.
the Senate.
Okay, and you sent the amount as well, Ms. Myers. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, those positions were not included in the budget that was sent down by Government House.
That's what I was
I'm not
asking.
even asking, I'm telling you the positions were not included in the budget that was sent by Government House. And the concern of the Senate was that the Bureau of School Construction Maintenance is bloated on the top end and not on the rank and file. So that was an issue where we now finding it hard to be able to even hire, or fund additional positions, because what we presently have is to the tune, I think, of something like $4 to $5 million. What's your budget in terms of personnel?
3.9.
Okay, so just about 4 million. So that's an issue we're trying to balance everything else. The bleachers at, before I go to the bleachers, something is going to have to work out because you don't have sufficient maintenance workers on St. Thomas. You have just as much leadership as maintenance. So we really need to have a serious discussion as to how we're going to be able to make that work, because we need more rank and file. And this is for all the departments. We just having too much leadership positions and not enough boots on the ground. And there was a time when there was a maintenance worker at every school in the Virgin Islands. There was a laborer at every school in the Virgin Islands. So the leak, the bulbs, and all of those basic stuff would be fixed immediately instead of having to write a work order. So moving forward, we're going to have to look as to how we're going to be able to deploy the manpower that you have and what type of manpower we're going to need to make sure that every school is run efficiently. Because it makes no sense to bring new schools online that don't have a dedicated crew at the school that is doing what they're supposed to do. That's problem number one that I see. Problem number two, the maintenance workers don't report to the principals. Some of the maintenance workers, they work hand in hand with the administration. Others, principal is not my boss, they can't tell me what to do. So they need to understand that if they are assigned to a school, they got to follow the directives of that particular administrator. If the administrators say they need to do this and that, they need to do it. Between yourself and the Department of Education, you need to resolve the garbage issue. Because custodians say they ain't picking it up, laborers say they ain't picking it up, garbage staying on the campus on a regular basis. So these are just simple things, but the cleanliness that we need to make sure that we're able to work out. You have a next question, Senator? Go ahead, Senator Lewis.
Commissioner Wells-Hedrington, I find myself within the last, I want to say about 2 or 3 years now, interacting with a lot more athletes. Let me go down that road. Athletes. And a lot of them have a lot of potential. And I see where if we, in the schools, help, address and help foster,
Fundamentals.
help them along the way, we could have some of the best. I know we have a lot of the best. But in our present conditions in the schools, especially like Charlotte Amalie and so forth, where no fault of our own really, things are crammed. Do we sit down really and just say, well, let's come up with a couple alternative plans to see how we could address the needs and the wants of our children as it pertains to athletics?
Are you speaking in regards to the facilities, or are you speaking in regards to them preparing the students?
Preparing and the facilities. And I'll say this because I know at times, even with our AFT members, and so forth, I just heard them talk about non-AFT members receiving stipends. I think it's upon us to provide even training for them to make sure that they're training our children properly. Not that they're not doing a good job, But I even see at Griffith Park, sometimes they bring in people to train the umpires, train the pitchers, you know, and so forth. We have multiple sports going on in the schools, volleyball, soccer, football, and so forth. I mean, things to even help the trainers, the coaches, and so forth. But I'm really interested to know, what are we going to do to help our children? Charlotte and Mali, we don't really have a track anymore. Not that they're not running the track, but we don't have the facility anymore. Eudorican, you know, so it's quite a way to transport the children from Eudorican to, for Charlotte and Mali, I mean, to Eudorican or whatever. What is the plan for sports on a whole?
So I'll start it off, and then Superintendent Jorgen or DC Charles Well, who's over sports and athletics, can comment. Unfortunately, because of the constraints that we have in infrastructure, we have had to partner with Sports Park to utilize their facilities. I don't see that changing, to be honest, at this present moment, just because of where we are. Mm-hmm. So those partnerships will have to continue. When it comes to providing training to our physical education teachers, I don't know of training per se in fundamental skill development. I think most of the training that we've historically done is around teaching and learning and how to use instructional strategies. But Dr. Jorgen, do you have a comment about that in terms of training your PE teachers? And then Dr. Charleswell, as sports and athletics, have we considered training our coaches and our teachers?
I don't have a comment about the training, but I know that we have some challenging times now with the facilities not being the best. So we have to look at other means of trying to condition these students and trying to prepare them for the sporting world. Otherwise, there's a whole set of children that will not be able to fully engage in sports.
And you know, there's a point I'm getting at. Mm-hmm. You know, we know about it, but what are we doing about it? And I'm saying if it takes for the legislature to do something or make some accommodation, I don't know, let's sit down and work it out. Get the athletes in the room, get the professionals in the room. I don't know.
Well, honestly,
I really don't have the answer. I lean in on you. Wait, just 1 second. I lean in on you for us to work together collaboratively. Because sports, as we know, we could beat around the bush. Ain't everybody darkening the doorways of a college. What's the young lady in St. Croix name, the athlete, the runner? Michelle Smith. And I should have remembered that. Michelle Smith. Mm-hmm. You know, good athlete. But we need more Michelle Smiths, more Tim Duncans. We have to start putting our money where our mouth is to support our children. I remember one time Aliyah Boston, they had something here in the waterfront for Aliyah Boston. Mm-hmm. And she said something that really sparked in my mind. She said, at least start treating them like athletes, putting them in a proper jersey and, athletic way. That will make them build the confidence and so forth in the children. And my last question to you, Commissioner, is, are we looking into another test other than Smarter Balance to replace Smarter Balance, or are we keeping Smarter Balance? You comfortable with Smarter Balance? I definitely am comfortable with it.
So we've had some meetings with DC Charleswell and her team looking at another assessment from, I believe it was HMH at one point. We are not changing course at this point. Our students are acclimated to the Smarter Balance assessment. For us to change course now, I think, would be a detriment to them at this time. However, in looking at the assessment and the timing of when we give the assessment, I've spoken to my team about revisiting when we do the test. Because when we do the test, we're testing for mastery in a particular grade level that a child is in, but we're testing in March. The school year isn't even close to finishing, and some of the content isn't being addressed. So we're looking at the way that we're approaching our testing cycle to see how we can pivot, but everything that we're doing now is aligned to the Smarter Balance assessment. So changing that now, I don't think is the right position to take. We took a long time to get here because of the Common Core standard and the rigor that's involved in the testing. But as we look at our data, we're seeing our students moving. So our students are getting what they need. We just have to close that achievement gap, which we're working on, and move the needle forward. So I don't know if Dr. Charles wants to add something to that, but that's where we are.
Thank you. And Ms. Perez-Garcias, I'll give you a minute to sit. And I think this is an issue that the Virgin Islands don't necessarily want to address, but every other country and state seriously looking at the issue. And some are coming up with real stringent policies because they know that it affects education and learning, and that is cell phones.
Yes.
And I'm going to have a meeting in reference just to cell phones, in which I'm going to have all the high school principals come and the superintendents, and we're going to have a meeting on the pros and cons and the direction we need to move in. But from the board, and looking at what is being done in other jurisdictions based on research, from Florida to New Zealand to Australia, a lot of countries are literally banning cell phones. Some countries are even going as far as a minimum age for social media. Some of the foreign countries have done that, and I think it's Alabama or Mississippi just passed a controversial policy that's being challenged right now, and it was in reference to the age, and you have to have consent in order to use social media if you're under 14 years old, I think it was. Okay. But what are your feelings, board members, in reference to cell phone usage?
Good afternoon, Perez. Senator, I want to be very mindful of how I'm addressing this. Yes, cell phones was something that we initially said should be put in place, and there are policies that we put, hoping that the schools would recommend and provide structure of how those cell phones are used inside of the school. The language gave space for that, but currently the board, through the Policy, Rules, and Regulation Committee, is discussing distraction-free zones, where we're considering the social, emotional aspect of cell phone usage on the campus, and therefore we are looking at language that would allow for teachers to utilize cell phones in the classroom to help with instruction, but make sure that cell phones are not turned on when they're on the campus in public social spaces. That requires, however, a level of funding to ensure that school sites have spaces to store these devices safely and allow a level of individual oversight, specifically on the high school level and the junior high level.
Okay, we're going to have a further discussion. We'll definitely send out correspondence so that you can get your thoughts together, and we will have a discussion as to exactly as to the direction that the Virgin Islands need to go. There was an age in which cell phones didn't exist, and we learned a lot. Right. And we interacted. And it has become a crutch even to us as adults, but the difference with adults is that we grew up in a period when we didn't have it, so we had the opportunity to really attain that education, etc. Students walk out the classroom at the high school level with the phone on and the phone in the hand and the earbuds in, and they're just texting or social media. There's no interaction. There's no socialization. So the effect is even worse than we think, because we have severely reduced socialization, communication on the school level. They're in classroom, they're hiding the phones in the desk, they're on the phone, they're on TikTok, they're looking at this or that and not paying attention. So it's a serious impact. And like other states, we are going to have to bite the bullet and say, this is what we're going to do. Because every single study says that limiting cell phones in school improve education, every single one. Aid for education. The teachers have a smart board. Every single classroom in the district. has a smart board that they could utilize it, could play YouTube video, and even that is an issue because there are some educators that want to teach using videos alone. And you got to teach with that chalk and go up and teach and walk around, and actually it worked before. So we can't throw everything out in the name of technology. Well, Commissioner, you wanted to say something.
So two things. We welcome that conversation because it's an ongoing conversation that the superintendents have been having with principals. Some want cell phones, some don't. We just revised our social media policy where our cell phone policy, where students come to school, they cannot have their cell phones out or exposed or on it during the school day. However, that takes enforcement. So like you said, Senator Viale, students are not supposed to have earbuds in the ear. You walk onto campuses, you see them passing adults, they're not saying anything to the students. So enforcement is one of our biggest challenges. But I had the opportunity to visit a high school in Washington, D.C., one that MCN had built just to see the designs, etc. And when I walked onto the campus, there on the left-hand side was cell phone lockers. I had never seen a cell phone locker before. And so the students, these are high school students, they came in, they put their cell phones in the locker, they didn't use their cell phones for the entire day. When they finished school, they got their phones and they went about their business. So I asked the principal, well, how did that go? Like, did you get pushed back? And she said, yeah, the parents pushed back, etc. But it was best for my students to be able to focus on learning. Those cell phones are a distraction. And so we provided the resources within the school that they could use to do research and whatever else that students may use their cell phones for. They provided the resources for them. So I think that the conversation is needed at this point, and so we welcome that.
Thank you, and that's definitely a good answer. I also wanted to put on the record that we have Bill number 36 as 0120 that's going to appropriate $341,460 to the Department of Education for the purpose of conducting evaluations to determine students' eligibility for special education services. I think you have utilized a lot of the money already this summer. I did assure the contractors that we have the bill and it's just to get it passed. It's going to be heard within the next 2 weeks. So colleagues, I'm asking for your support. This is to pay our industry and all of those outstanding vendors that we have. Now, in reference to the evaluations that were done in the summer, you did like 60 on St. Croix?
60 on St. Croix, and I believe St. Thomas was what, Dr. Jurgen? 11.
Okay. Have IEPs been created for those individuals after the evaluation? Are we to the IEP stage where you have had the IEP meeting to create an IEP for those students?
Dr. Charlesworth?
Dr. Renee Charlesworth, Deputy Commissioner of Department of Education. For some students, Senator, not all.
Okay.
Because meetings have to be held, and yeah, so for some, not all.
So you're in process to get that done? Because we want these
Absolutely.
students to be appropriately.
Absolutely.
Okay, good.
Yes.
Now, the last one has been a long day, so I'm going to let you guys go just now. I had an opportunity to meet with the representatives from iReady about a week and a half ago. And I had a chance to go through the data. And I went through the pre that they do at the beginning of the year, and then the mid, and then the post. We're seeing growth across all levels, every grade level. And we got to be careful when we're talking about test scores and how you interpret the test scores and what the data is actually showing. Because you might have a student that's below grade level but showed tremendous growth because they were so far behind. They could have been 4 grade levels behind, and now they're only 1. They're still behind, but that's tremendous growth. Now, the iReady test, the most, which word should I use? It ain't even surprising, it didn't surprise me, but the most glaring data that I saw was the pre. So you could have looked at a student post, and they were beginning to get on grade level, and when summer hit, and they did nothing all summer, and they came back, they went way down. And then after 2 months of being in school, bam, it went back up. If only those students did something in the summer, if only they were mandated to read a book or play an educational game, we would be able to see our test scores move so much different. But It's a part of the community. Our students are doing nothing in the summer educationally. Parents are so busy, they're not playing any educational game with students. You know, that's a responsibility. Even board games, the teacher education, you teach them how to think. But we are just like, everything is supposed to be the school. And then I put the word out there to our parents. You saw the effect during COVID, and you had to be the teacher. You saw how hard it was. So the least that you could do is to help education right now by making sure that your child is engaged on a regular basis. And especially during Christmas and holidays and weekends, just engage them for a short period of time. It would help the test scores so much if we're just able to do that. And it seems like already seems to be helping a lot.
It is.
And I'm seeing that teachers who are really using it, and teachers who are proud to show you, hey, look, I had this student that came in at this level, I had this. We saw it at a school there by, where Manasseh used to be, what is? Mala. Say another old name, Manasseh, you know Manasseh. We saw that teachers could show the growth. So, and we're happy, yes. So, the key to moving education forward is empowering your administrators and holding them accountable. The superintendents. The commissioner holding the superintendents and the superintendents holding the commissioners. Because
Holding the principals.
the principals, administrators. And the administrators holding the teachers my wife was a teacher for 30 years, 2nd, 3rd, and 6th grade. And had Avery as a, when she was a student teacher, and Avery was a little 2nd grader. So you can imagine how big he was, right? Because you know how tall he is right now. He was in 2nd grade. But she have always told me that we believe in all of these formal classroom observation. And a formal classroom observation, the teacher know you're coming. It's like prepping for you, right? They're my best. And I reading the red act to the students the day before. Don't you embarrass me when Miss Elsa come. What worked the best was 5-minute walkthrough.
Of course.
You never announcing anything. You just walking through for 5 minutes. You walk around. You check the teacher. You look at this. You look at that. They never know when you're coming. And they did that to Ricardo Richards. So you know what happened? Every teacher was always ready because we don't know when they're walking in. And they're always walking in for this 5-minute walkthrough. So you always have to be ready. So we need to go back to those type of methods. Not the formal observation. 5-minute walkthrough. Sit down with students at lunchtime, between class. Students are the best source of information. And they tell you everything about everybody. And the teacher that they're smiling with, that they're getting free work, they come in and tell the administrator, if you're good with them, hey, you know, Miss Mary don't teach you, no? I up there every day doing nothing. You're going to need to check us soon, no? But you have to have relationships. And I am not seeing relationship to the level that we need to see it. We need to have relationship, especially those students who are troubled. You need to meet them from the very beginning, Senator. The minority leader spoke about it. You know they've been suspended in junior high all the time. You think they're going to come to you and not get suspended, so you got to meet them at the door and say, hey, I know you have some issues. I'm willing to work with you. I'm willing to do this. I'm willing to do that. We can't continue to lose our population. And the good part is, at the graduations, we have seen students who are just succeeding, students who are getting 4 in the AP calculus, students who are getting accepted to the best colleges. Our students do well or no? They do well when they leave this island. So I know the public school system is a good system, but let's collectively work together to make sure that this product is going to be the best. And it begins with all of us. So I pledge as the chair of this committee to do what all I have to do to make sure that education do what they're supposed to do. So it's never personal, it's always about the students. But I'll give you an opportunity, and I thank you for being here all day today. I thank you for the work that you're doing. I really want to encourage both the Bureau and the DOE to utilize the unliquidated funds, all $30 point something million. and all the other black grants that we have to utilize it as quickly and efficiently as possible. Senator
Yes.
Lewis.
Real quick, Commissioner, he segued into what I was going to ask you, but we didn't touch on it all day. Your consolidated grants. How are we with that? With spending plans and so forth.
So
we are tasked to spend everything. You know, give me a quick something.
So, yes, we have spending plans. The districts are working to encumber FY22, FY23 consolidated grant funding. DC Harris and her team are monitoring. I monitor the GSR reports to see how much fluctuation we have in the numbers. And so we will closely work with the districts to ensure that that happens.
Yeah, let's keep on that. We can't wait for, and you know, I do dread,
Yeah.
you know, knowing what we're dealing with,
Yes.
to ever hear about a clawback with all our money and we have good things to work on. Mr. Benjamin, before you close out, I know it has been a long day and a lot of the teachers them chomping at the bit. If I check my phone, about 20 to 30 texts about air condition all over the place, BCB, Bowski, I can go down the list, all the schools, air condition, air condition, air condition. Check them out, have a conversation with them. Some you promised me, you know, I guess they're coming, but make the call to the vendor, put some pressure on these people. You getting pressured, put pressure on other people. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And before I give you the 30 second, you say you're going to utilize Charles O'Malley Gym. The floor is no good. So the floor needs to be fixed. You're going to fix the floor?
Yes, that was paused because I was told that the structure was coming down. We're going to do the floors and also take care of the spalling inside and have it painted and put up the signs and all that stuff.
Okay, thank you so
have
much.
A nice facility to use.
Okay, I'm going to give you 1 minute to 1 minute to close and make sure you respond to Senator Joseph. But I'll give you 1 minute to close. I'm starting with you. Let me start on St. Croix because they've been there a long time. Everybody has, but they haven't been as engaged. Board of Education, Ms. Emanuela Perez-Garcias.
Good afternoon, and thank you again for having the Virgin Islands Board of Education here. In closing, I would like everyone to know that the Virgin Islands Board of Education is here to assist with loan repayment and certification. We specifically have 2 amnesty programs happening right now for those 200 uncertified individuals. You have until December to take advantage of the amnesty that will allow you an extended period to be certified. Also, individuals who owe the Virgin Islands Board of Education, this is a great time for you to tap in and save on your final balance. Parents, please join your PTAs. The Virgin Islands Board of Education is working to bring information around scholarships and policies specifically to your schools. So join in, and the Virgin Islands Board of Education wants the community to know we are doing our part to hold the mandates that are under Title 17 of the VI Code, and our recommendations and reports will lead to a stronger education system in the Virgin Islands that ensures transparency and accountability for all stakeholders. So please visit our website at myviboe.com or give us a call at 340-774-4546 and take advantage of our programs. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Benjamin.
I would like to thank you all for this opportunity today, and I look forward to future engagements with you guys. And on behalf of the Bureau, we would like you all to know that we will continue pushing for all these projects to get completed. And once we say we'll get them done, we will get them done. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner.
Thank you, senators, for the opportunity for us to have this conversation today. I am looking forward to working with each and every one of you as we work to improve public education here in the territory. I want to thank my team for them being here today and all the hardworking men and women of the Virgin Islands Department of Education. Looking forward to us igniting innovation and elevating excellence for this school year. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Also, before I close, I wanted to say commendation and congratulations to our own Eustace Brown, who works in media and I've been in media for a long period of time. And as a supervisor, today's his retirement day.
Oh.
So we really want to thank you, Sis Rong. He's going to be well missed. St. Croix. He's on St. Croix, but very, very talented individual. So just want to thank him for all of his years of service to the legislature and working with all individuals. The Committee of Education and Workforce Development is hereby adjourned.